So, Freunde, schauen wir mal. Ich hoffe noch, dass das Ding dahinter ist, oder? Auch schon mal ausschalten hier, ne? Alles gut. Nein, Hello. Do we hear each other? Yes, yes, yes. Shagat, shagat. Ja, passiert nichts. Ja, schon gut. Oleg. Tja, Freunde. Also ich bin drin.
Так, здравствуйте все. Hello, everybody.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, this
Hello.
is Dennis. Yeah,
What-
hello.
Hello, Dennis.
Здравствуйте. Hello, hello. This is Dennis, interpreter.
Dennis.
Dennis will
Dennis.
interpret you.
Yeah.
So you are ready. Thank you very much. I'm leaving now.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm
Так.
waiting.
А сейчас нужно технику сделать меня переводчиком. Сделать меня просто переводчиком. Мистер Техник.
Mr. Technik.
Yep.
Ja, ja. So. Mhm.
So, okay, and Mr. Gabel, you will need to select the English channel.
Mhm. Where can I do this? Where can I do this? Where shall I do it? Where?
Оу. Он меня уже не слышит. Скажите ему, что это глобус внизу.
Dolmetschen.
Хе-хе.
English, no? From. Is that good? Yes, I hear you now. So are you doing the translations or what? Good. Yes, I have the slides. Yes. You haven't seen it? Yeah, well, I should upload it if you want me to do it. You want me to do it? No, you don't have any slides. So let's do it. Yeah, well, but I have to put them on the screen. The host hat die Freigabe. The host has deactivated. So that's no good, no.
Так, если меня сейчас кто-то слышит на русском, вот смотрите, вот у меня лично слайдов Вольфганга нету, и поскольку ему нужно будет расшаривать экран, вот, я так понимаю, что расшаривать экран будете вы, правильно? Или ему
Сейчас
нужно
мы это
будет?
решаем.
Решаете, да?
Да.
Мы можем, я могу его спросить, как ему комфортнее будет, самому расшаривать экран, либо чтобы вы расшаривали экран.
Да, лучше скажи, чтобы он расшаривал, если это возможно.
Yeah, but you need to give it free. Now it says it's deactivated.
Включите, пожалуйста, возможность Вольфгангу, чтобы он мог расшаривать экран, потому что он говорит о том, что мы деактивировали эту функцию. Да, да, потому что он предпочитает сам расшаривать, только сделайте, чтобы это можно было сделать, потому что у него эта функция деактивирована.
Good.
Все.
И, пожалуйста, еще один момент. Разрешите мне, пожалуйста, делать запись, если вам нужна запись перевода. Потому что у меня есть кнопка «Запись», «Рекорд», но хост мне ее не разрешает использовать. Ага, все, спасибо.
Hello, Wolfgang. Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
So now they did it. That's good. That's open now, and I will share it here. You see,
Yeah.
here it is,
Привет,
and
Алексей.
I do it in a presentation mode.
Yes. It's already done.
Yes. And now I see a number of other people on the right-hand side, and I would like to have that disappear because it is occupying my presentation. So, okay.
I think you should press
What?
escape.
What is it called?
I think you should press escape and the presentation will disappear.
No, not escape. No. So let me see what I can do here. I can. Now I have already put it away. It's just I don't see myself. That's fine. I do not need myself. I know myself. And so it just says I'm speaking, and that's all. And that's fine. So don't.
Так, скажите, кто сейчас меня слышит? Я сейчас говорю, кто меня слышит.
Я вас слышу.
Нет, кроме вас. Кто у нас из спикеров? Спикеры должны быть на русском канале. Потому что вот Олег Скугаревский, вот он сейчас где, на каком канале?
Мне не отмечено, на каком канале, надо просто им сказать, чтобы они все перешли в русский канал, кому надо.
Я просто им не могу сказать, потому что я переводчик, они меня не слышат. Это нужно сказать, чтобы тот, кто не в режиме перевода.
Ну, они меня должны слышать.
Ну да, скажите им.
Так, здравствуйте, меня слышно? Не могли бы вы зайти в русский, кому нужен русский перевод, там где глобус написан, и в английский, тому, кому нужен английский. Как бы в свою дорожку каждый.
Скажите, что внизу, справа, если он использует десктоп, если у него мобильное приложение... Так. Да. Мгм. Да, Олег, меня слышите сейчас?
Да, я слышу вас.
Ага, да, переводчик. Скажите, вам комфортнее как слушать Вольфганга в оригинале или в переводе?
Я могу выбирать или от моего выбора зависит последствия?
В принципе, нет. Как бы здесь вы можете выбирать, да.
Моя мама говорит на русском языке, но Вольфганга я рад слышать на английском.
Окей, тогда вам, чтобы его слышать на английском, вам нужно будет переключаться на английский. Потому
Да.
что иначе, если вы будете на русском, вы будете слушать, то, да, прекрасно, все, супер.
Здравствуйте, а слайды вы будете демонстрировать, да, Денис?
Нет. Нет, я только переводчик. Смотрите, слайды вы расшариваете сами.
I'm fine. Let's hope that the technology works in this session.
Well, now I don't hear you almost. It's very.
Так, сейчас скажите, пожалуйста, Авзалю, чтобы он включил английский канал. Ужас.
Сделать.
Скажите, пожалуйста, Авзалю, который сейчас подключился, чтобы он включил английский канал, иначе Вольфганг его не слышит.
Yeah. So I hope that.
Well, now I heard him. The last time I heard him loud enough.
Yes.
Yes. Can you tell me, Afzal, what was going on with the first session?
No, the problem was because the technicians were handling the presentations.
М.
So they were taking a long pause of changing the one slide to another.
Так, слышите, что сейчас говорит Авзаль, да? Он жалуется на то, что первая сессия прошла плохо, потому что слайды шарили и переключали техники. То есть они слишком медленно это делали. Плюс половина слайдов, например, Авзаль жалуется, что у него половина слайдов пропала. Вот.
Поэтому им надо все включать.
Вот. Об этом и речь.
Я не понимаю, зачем надо было так делать, на самом деле.
Угу.
Это как паралитик.
To get that connected, and then the voice was not coming, and then the slides were not coming.
Так, смотрите, у нас остается 1 минута до эфира. Мы ровно начинаем в час? Или как?
I don't hope either. Do you see my first slide already?
I can see your first slide at least.
Да.
It's good.
Вовремя начинаем.
At
Сейчас,
least-
почти вовремя там.
Yes.
Может, минуту
And
опоздаем.
I'm
I can
moving
see- I can see
further.
them.
See the-
Надо им сказать, что начинается скоро эфир. Минута до эфира.
So
You see all of these?
are you controlling the slide yourself? Professor Gable, are you controlling the slides yourself?
Yeah, and it's okay. Yeah. Will there be any discussion later on? I don't hope so.
Yes, I mean the only issue is that we have got 1, 2, 3,
I understand.
4 people.
Afzal, I shall tell you that only one person is speaking at a time and not two together.
10 секунд.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think what I will request that when we start, then all should be mute. Only the person who is speaking should be unmuted.
Hopefully not me.
Yes.
В
No.
эфире.
Of course. Peter is here. Peter,
Так, пожалуйста, попросите Авзала переключиться на английский канал тоже.
Can you hear me?
yes.
Good. Why? I'm ready. I'm ready for any kind of action.
Peter, would you like to sort of because we have got 4 speakers.
We hear him talking in the back.
Yeah, but they have also some recorded talk. if I understand correctly.
No. Sorry. We have got
Afzal, to choose the English channel, please.
Yes. Afzal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please choose the English channel. That's what I was mentioned to tell you.
How should I use that?
There is a globe down on your screen. A globe. If you click on the globe, then it appears English and Russian, and you click on English.
Unfortunately, there is no globe on my screen.
There should be a globe down on your Zoom screen. A little
Oh,
globe.
yes, it exists. It's down, it's called translation, yeah, globe. I see.
See it? Afzal, do you see it?
No, unfortunately, not yet.
Put your arrow
Сейчас
down.
достучимся, когда начнем.
Put your arrow down with your mouse, and then it shows up.
Actually, I'm using my iPad. I can't.
No, tell him, Wolfgang, tell him three dots.
What you mean?
Because it's an iPad, you need three dots. Tell him to find three dots.
Find three dots.
Yes,
instead of
that I can find at the top.
Then choose language interpretation.
Yeah, choose language interpretation. Just click it. Click the dots.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, Afzal, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you. That's Dennis Interpreter. Hi, stay on the English channel. Okay, good, found. Yeah, excellent. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Oh, so finally.
Yeah.
3 men's work. Mhm.
So I hope that I am now on English channel.
No, you are. Everything's great now. Everything's perfect. Don't worry.
Okay. So Peter, can I ask you that as we have got 5 speakers, whom you would like to introduce?
The choice is yours. I'm
No,
ready.
but Are you going to stay because you said that you will be going for the?
Yeah, I should go in the end of the session. I should go to another session which is completely coincide. It's approximately after 1 hour of our work.
Okay, so if it is okay, let me introduce Professor Giebel, and then you introduce.
В 13 мы начинаем.
Yeah, and you
Ну,
introduce.
спикеры, я даю отмашку, допустим, 20 секунд, но спикеры говорят, я же не могу их включить прям посреди слова. Да? Окей, хорошо. Тогда 20 секунд, сейчас подготовлю.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start in 20 seconds.
Okay.
No, in 20 seconds. In 20 seconds.
You give me a sign, no?
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary session.
Recording in progress.
Child Psychiatric Services Organizational Systems. This is in the series of the plenary talks for this important meeting organized by Union for Mental Health. And without wasting any further time, let me welcome Professor Peter Morozov as the co-chair of this session. Professor Peter Morozov is the Secretary General of WPA. I would like to start the session with one very important plenary speaker, Professor Wolfgang Giebel, who has been a regular discussant and speaker at the meetings organized by the Union for Mental Health, also a recipient of Harmony Award. He is director of the WHO Collaborating Center on Quality Assurance and Empowerment in Mental Health. He is president of the European Scientific Association on Schizophrenia and Other Psychosis. He has also served many organizations, including past president of EPA, and currently chairs 2 sections at WPA and also the lead for the action plan group on digitalization in mental health care. Professor Wolfgang Giebel will be speaking about transition psychiatry, organizing continuing treatment and care from child-adolescent psychiatry to adult psychiatry. Over to Professor Giebel.
Thank you very much, Professor Javed, for your kind introduction. Also, hello to Professor Morozov. Thank you for having me, and welcome to all the participants who are going to listen to my talk. And with this, I will start. First of all, there is no conflicts of interest to disclose from my side. And this is the agenda which I will be going to talk about. So let's start with the introduction. How is transition psychiatry defined? It is a planned, structured, interdisciplinary and patient-oriented process of treatment and care in the transition phase from childhood, adolescence to adulthood. It should be covering medical, psychosocial, educational and occupational needs of the patient, and it should ensure a safe transfer and avoiding chronification in young patients with mental disorders. And you see on that little inset on the right-hand side, which are the most common mental health disorders among children and youth. What are challenges of emerging adulthood? The phase of transition from adolescence to adulthood has lengthened since the late 90s due to sociological and cultural changes. Physical maturation starts earlier. Duration of adolescence is individually different, and patients in the transition phase often do not benefit from therapy offers of adult psychiatry, although they have already outgrown from treatments of child and adolescent psychiatry. So what makes transition so important? Transition from child to adult health and care, if needed, is a vulnerable phase for young people, especially with mental health problems and disorders. The transition concerns young people in the 16 to 18 years age range. 75% of all psychiatric disorders in adults are beginning before the age of 24 and 50% before 14 years of age. And on the health economic level, the presence of a mental disorder during childhood may lead to a tenfold higher health and social cost during adulthood. So what are aims, guidance, and challenges for transition psychiatry? So the aims are to ensure a structured, patient-oriented transition from child and adolescent to adult mental health care, a promotion of a healthy and safe development of young people with mental health problems, avoiding long-term disease development or unnecessary chronicity and hospitalization, interdisciplinary early detection and early treatment, and structured accompaniment of young adults with early, severe, and potentially chronic mental illnesses and long-term treatment needs from child and adolescent to adult psychiatric care systems. There are guidelines having been developed by the National Institute for Health and Clinical Excellence of the UK. Time doesn't allow to go through it in detail, generally for transition from children to adults. And you see what here is distinguished is the overarching principles, the patient involvement in that procedure, the developmentally appropriate support, the integrated health and social services. And then there is the transition planning itself. It should start early. It should be coordinated by a named caseworker who plays different roles, supports young persons in diverse life aspects, and should be involved minimally 6 months pre and post transfer. And for pre-transition and post-transition, further guidelines have been developed here. This is a funny picture, if you want, which shows us in movement the transition process from child services to adult services It's out of the nice guidance document. And you see what is needed here is a named worker working with the patient and the family, perhaps. It should begin the planning 6 months before the young person's transfer to adult services. It should identify any support. And then after the transfer, there should be support after transfer, and there should be a lot of different activities which are put into a personal folder, which is both the patient and the named worker having a look into it. And it covers a one-page profile, for instance, information about the health condition of the patient, history of unplanned admissions, and so on and so forth. So that gives you a little impression how that process should work, but it doesn't that way, unfortunately, in reality. So what are the challenges then? What is the transition gap? A seamless transition from child and adolescent mental health services, CAMHS, to adult mental health services, MHS, is not the norm. Young people with mental health problems frequently find themselves without professional support. They are referred to CAMHS without transition options to adult mental health services, or they are referred to adult services being ill-equipped to meet their needs. And the gap between the two services results in discontinuity of care, and the young adults fall into this transition gap and access adult services at a later point in time when more serious and chronic problems may have already been developed. You see here from a retrospective study from the UK, in the middle you see cases reaching transition boundary, that's 131. And on the right hand see that about 20% of those were referred to adult mental health services. On the left hand side you see those who are ready for transitioning. They are referred to adult mental health services in about 3/4, but still only 2/3 then finally are accepted by the adult mental health systems. And there are different reasons, refusal, pending decisions, and so on and so forth, which do not work along these lines, which would be good to be followed. And you see the most common mental disorders, again here from this study, there are, of course, many young people with starting psychotic disorders, bipolar disorders, and other severe disorders which need this kind of transition psychiatry in their young ages. The disruptions in psychiatric care delivery during the transition from adolescence to adulthood lead to a considerable treatment delay, a high rate of treatment dropout, high risk of early chronification, and high direct or indirect costs for society. So what are the challenges then? Experiences here from European countries on a policy and on an organizational level. There's a gap between policy and implementation in practice. Insufficient research regarding transition. Waiting lists. Amongst mental health practitioners, confidence in their own expertise is lacking to work with young people in transition, and transitioned healthcare financing by insurance companies combining both kinds of health systems is often lacking. And on the individual level, mental health service use declines drastically when young people reach 16 years of age. They may not be aware of what is available. They do not feel adequately prepared or supported during transition, and they lack understanding of adult services. Children and adolescents who become mentally ill have few social skills and psychological coping strategies. They often live under difficult socioeconomic conditions, and inclusion during the transition phase of family members would require a positive decision on both sides, which is sometimes difficult to attain. And then the service level. There are different treatment approaches for the child and adolescent mental health service. More family-oriented and holistic treatment is the usual way. And the adult health services usually only focus on the individual and not on the family in a holistic sense. There is lack of experience, limited understanding of what is needed, what is expected, and the purpose of good transitional care. Many young people and their families decline referral to adult services due to stigma and misperception. Little research has been done to improve transition. So what are future directions in transition management? There are new models of care, essential elements of a successful transition program, besides the importance of a policy to manage, of course, also top-down, not just from bottom-up. That is assuring a good coordination between child and adult professionals, starting planning transition at an early age, discussing with patient and family about self-management, including young persons' views and preferences in transition planning. If developmentally appropriate, seeing the adolescent alone, at least for part of the consultation. And then identifying an adult provider willing to take on the young patient before transfer is also very important here. There are checklists like this one from the German task force on transition psychiatry. Again, I won't go through it if you are interested in it. This checklist talks about requirements for a successful transition. For instance, is there a need for an initial diagnosis and interdisciplinary treatment planning? Can the adolescent already be transferred to an adult setting? Which professions in child and adolescent psychiatry and or adult psychiatry are to be involved and have yet been already involved in the treatment? When and in which frequency has an interdisciplinary treatment plan been carried out? Joint meetings and telephone calls or face-to-face exchange, and so on and so forth. The infrastructure, of course, concerning future developments should be established in the way of cooperative care structures and networks. In the outpatient area, further treatment by child and youth psychiatrists and psychotherapists is already possible, but joint treatment in the transition phase must be financed for at least one to the home, which are appropriately staffed in terms of nursing and therapy. Complementary support systems must be integrated into the transition concept, and this also includes measures that ensure participation, school, and professional training. Qualification of the service providers. For medical education, it might be interesting to have a special transfer of knowledge which should be anchored in the national catalogue of learning objectives as a cross-sectional subject or in the subjects of psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, pediatrics, internal medicine, or general medicine. And for the clinician, it would be of great advantage if more double specialists were already available. The possibility of certification of specialists with knowledge and skills in transition psychiatry should be considered by the scientific, medical societies, and professional organizations. There is a project in Europe, the Milestone Study, which aims to manage the link and strengthening transition from child to adult mental health care in Europe. This is a prospective research project on the longitudinal outcomes and experiences of young people reaching the transition boundary within 8 different EU countries, as you can see here. And it aims for developing evidence and practice-based guidelines that clinicians can follow to support their decision-making and direct their actions. The objectives of Milestone are to delineate the CAM-HS and the MHS interface across all EU nations, and you see them on the right-hand side. Understand the processes, outcomes, and experiences of transition in healthcare settings and develop an ethical framework for providing appropriate care. Robustly test a model of managed transition for its clinical and cost effectiveness. Disseminate this evidence by developing training modules and policy guidelines, and extend knowledge about transition to mental health professionals and society. Finally, just to give you an example here from Pat McGorry's work in Australia, the study here also reports on data from the UK and Ireland. This project here with the name Headspace has a number of aims along the lines which I have already described. The results are as follows. 62% of young people reported improved health since using this service. Young adults felt more confident. Likelihood increased for following the medical advice they were given. And 93% of the young people were satisfied with care. They felt stigma-free and strongly supported by the communities. And with this, let me briefly summarize and conclude. Transition-related discontinuity of care is a major health, socioeconomic, and societal challenge globally. Transition is a planned, structured, patient-oriented, and cost-effective process of treatment and care, covering medical, psychosocial, educational, and occupational needs. The overall aim is to improve transition from child and adolescent mental health systems to adult mental health systems in diverse healthcare settings. Overall outcome results of this approach are extremely promising, as you just have seen. The milestone study focuses on current service provision in Europe and long-term outcomes of young people leaving child and adolescent mental health systems, improving transitional care through evidence-based, managed transition, ethics of transitioning, and the training of healthcare professionals. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Giebel, for giving a very clear roadmap when it comes to the transition from the children, adolescents to the adult services. I hope you won't mind if I just ask you very briefly your comment. While you were talking about the transition, do you think that use of technology will be very important, especially dealing with young adolescents and the young adults, because they are more well equipped? And can we try to use some of the services you were mentioning through the use of digitalization in healthcare? And this is particularly as you are also the lead of the WPA group.
I can fully agree on what you say and can answer your question with a yes. Of course, it is not needed that these young people do stay for months in institutions. If they can be treated and kept in outpatient services, that's fine. But still, these outpatient services also need to be connected in a network of different care institutions and care options and possibilities. And of course, the more we do not need the bed and do not need the institutions anymore, but can do lots of it by digital means. And these young peoples are loving these kind of new technologies, and they are much more literate as we are as the older generations. They would profit most from digital means like apps or programs like blended care programs, where besides the professional contact, there are also digital contacts during longer term treatment. So I fully agree that this is for especially this generation and young people a very good way, which may attract them even more as what is possible right now in our more standard and traditional ways of treatment and care.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Giebel, and I'm sure that this will be one of the future directions of your work, which is really very pioneering in this particular field. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next set of speakers who are coming from Eastern Europe, and they will be speaking about child psychiatric services in Eastern Europe. May I request Professor Peter Morozov to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce first speaker will be Professor Evgeny Makushkin, or I switch into Russian because it's a Russian blog. Professor Evgeny Vladimirovich.
So up next, of course, is Professor Makushkin. Professor, are you with us?
Who is the deputy director of the National Serbsky Center of the
Да.
Ministry?
Петр Морозов, вы на русском или на английском канале?
Я машинально переключаюсь. I'm
Да,
sorry.
нет, вы должны быть на русском канале в таком случае. То есть выберите, на каком языке вы будете говорить, чтобы мы с вами не перекликались.
Okay.
Потому что я сейчас буду переводить для них на английский. Если вы на английском, вы будете слушать меня.
Yeah, okay.
Uh-huh.
I will change.
Yeah. So Peter will need to change the channel to Russian because otherwise we speak over each other. And so I will continue in Russian simply because it's a Russian blog. So up next is Professor Makushkin, then Oleg Skugaretsky is also PhD, of course, head of psychiatry at the Belarusian State Medical University. Yes, chairman of the Belarusian Psychiatry Association, and which is also very, very important. He's representative of the World Psychiatry Association for the Eastern Europe and Belarus. And he actually initiated this whole collaborative approach on child psychiatrical services in Eastern Europe. And then up next, we will have someone from Kazakhstan. We'll have Kuanish Aldinbekov. Yes, he's General Director of the Republican Center of Psychiatrical Health from Kazakhstan. Yes, he's also a prominent specialist in this area. Then we will have Tatiana Galaka, who's from the Kyrgyzstan, of course, also a prominent psychiatrist. Finally, we will have also someone from Tashkent, from Uzbekistan, Professor Zarishon Ashurov, Deputy Head of Narcology and Psychiatry from the Tashkent Medical Academy, President of the Uzbek Psychiatry Association, also PhD and professor. Here I would probably have a bit of a personal statement because Professor Ashurov has a birthday today. And we, of course, congratulate him on behalf of everyone here. Happy birthday, Mr. Ashurov. Continued success. Yes, in your new initiative, simply because just yesterday he told us that, surprise, surprise, he's organizing the school for young psychiatrists in Samarkand. So this is a new endeavor, continued success, because he takes care of the new generation of psychiatrists, which is very, very important. And without further ado, I pass it on to Oleg Skugarevsky, right? And understand that Evgeny is the first speaker. Mr. Makushkin, please, you have the floor. You're the first speaker today. And I will have to leave in a couple of moments, but then I will come back, right? Because I have to also speak at the parallel session. But please, Professor, you have the floor. Take it away. Professor Makushkin. Well, Professor Makushkin is about to join us any moment now, right? Because he's, I think he's getting ready. And for whatever reason, So, I mean, it is being recorded. Of course, we'll make sure that Mr. Makushkin will be with us shortly. Yeah, maybe we can start with someone else, right? Yeah, we don't have the any sound from Professor, and from what I'm seeing, he's not with us yet.
I think Professor Peter Morozov, it may be a good idea to request Oleg to start with his talk. Could you just you have introduced Oleg, but if we could invite Oleg to start the talk.
Я начинаю.
Yeah, it is a great idea, as a matter of fact, so let me do this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, just a moment. I will share my slides and begin. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome, and I would like to thank the organizers, of course, for the opportunity, of course, to be here with this amazing audience to discuss very, very important items like child psychiatry and child psychiatric services in the Eastern Europe, which is a very significant part of the world. I'm very, very happy to share information that I have been also collecting before the COVID started in Eastern Europe. Well, because I use the guidelines of World Psychiatrical Association, and I have a lot of data to share with you, and I can actually share some of the pain points that I have discovered in the process of collecting this data. And just to follow up on what Mr. Gabel said, let me also focus on the fact that 8 out of 10 key reasons for the for age, especially from 8 to 14 years old, I mean psychological, psychiatrical, and behavioral disorders are probably one of the core reasons for long-term debilitating diseases, right? And that, of course, will also overflow into adulthood. And that is a major factor, and this is important for us to discuss the results of our surveys. So the analysis that we'll present with you shortly in a moment, and you will see it on the slides, indicates what areas in different countries in Eastern Europe are leading right now. So what are the most critical points that need to be controlled? And again, the idea is that we need to understand what areas we need to deal with to produce the most positive impact. Now, and I will, of course, give you benchmarking, so the clinical, epidemiological, organizational, psychiatrical services. I will also talk about the kind of help that is needed when it comes to teenagers and children, and what kind of professional skills are required from the doctors to provide such help. But before we do that, let me take a step back and show you this slide. And as you see that it's actually a very slow process, important but slow. Child psychiatry is a very slow process. I mean, look at the actual implementation on the ground. Back in 1977, the World Health Organization said that every country should have a national plan, a national roadmap when it comes to child psychiatry. That statement came back in 1977. Then 15 years after that, International Association of Child and Teenage Psychiatry actually adopted the WHO recommendations 15 years later. And then another 13 years later, World Health Organization in 2005 issued a document on the national strategies in child and teenage psychiatry and the implementation plan. So think about how much time passed before it happened. And all that time, throughout that time, the experts have been watching over the implementation of these recommendations on the ground. As of 2002, only 18% of all countries had national strategies for at least minimum attention to child and teenage services. So in 2005, only 13% of the respondents, and in 2017, only 46% of respondents. Yeah, and that considering the fact that not all countries were participating in the survey. So, I mean, the bottom line of this slide is that's a very, very slow process, unfortunately. And yeah, again, child and adolescent mental health policies and plans take a lot of time to be executed on the ground, unfortunately. So you see the numbers. Again, year by year, it's a very slow approach. Now, that said, understanding this slow speed of the process and knowing that there's so many child and adolescent disorders, and they take a big toll on the society, and the kind of challenge that we're seeing across the globe and in Eastern Europe in particular. What are the challenges? You see it on the right, on the left in red, and you see the lessons in green. So the attempt was made to actually offer strategic directions to fix the situation, to fix the challenges. The biggest problem is that there's very little awareness, political and cultural. And the culture, surprise, surprise, can have a major impact and be a very big roadblock on the way. Culture, because you sometimes see lack of data, lack of awareness, and there are random bits and pieces, but there's no coordination. Let's say between professionals and between non-physicians, for example, psychologists, all by themselves, psychiatrists by themselves, clinical psychologists also by themselves, and there's no cooperation. That's what Mr. Gabriel was talking about. We're talking about the coordinated effort, and there's no coordination sometimes, including the lack of financing, lack of funding, lack of facilities, etc. And considering that it requires a very coordinated effort, and that exactly is the weak side of the process. And we definitely need to elevate the awareness, considering the importance of this issue for the society, and there has to be a dedicated standalone roadmap for the funding, right, and other types of help required for the child and adolescent psychiatry. So that said, I would like to give you a snapshot of cross-sectional observational study of child psychiatrical services in the Eastern Europe, which is, according to World Psychiatry Association, which is Zone 10, which is countries with common history, countries, many of them are post-Soviet countries, former Soviet republics, and the data as of October 31st, 2019. And that study was finalized, by the way, right before the COVID. You see, it's October 39. And the good news about it is that this study had a very good reach. Azerbaijan, Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, and that's roughly 70% of the countries in that region. Now, the study looked into the presence and the character of illnesses, disabilities due to mental and behavioral issues as with children and adolescents, as well as the availability of facilities, staff, and the availability of legislation and guidelines in specific countries. Now, before we do that, let me focus on this slide. And this is a benchmark. You see the countries here, and this is the share of population under 18 years of age in the respondent countries as of January 1st, 2018. Roughly, as you can see, 20% of the population are people under 18 years of age. Some are higher, some are lower. But you see, certain countries actually have a significantly higher percentage of young population, and therefore the impact there is much greater. For example, in Kyrgyzstan, it's close to 40%, right? Or in Kazakhstan, it's 32%. Uzbekistan is 33%, which is Central Asia, right? Compared to Russia, where it's only 20% of people under 18 years of age. So those countries have a generally younger population. Now, if you look at the so-called first-timers, and if you look at the general morbidity. Per what's going on there? Why Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine? Is it because there's some epidemic of child psychiatric disorders? No, we don't see it. And these are not the countries that you would assume the percentage of people under 18 years of age is high. It's only 20%. So something's wrong with maybe the way we register cases, or maybe something wrong with the way we fund services in these countries, right? Because why the numbers? Because they seem to be excessively high. So if you start digging deeper, if you look at the structure, right, of morbidities among children under 18 years of age, then these are the leading ones. There are three groups of disorders: organic psychiatrical disorders, psychological development, and mental disabilities. Well, you see that Belarus, in particular, the country that I represent right now, has particularly high frequency of disorders that manifested in behavioral and mood attributes, the so-called, attention deficit syndrome or hyperactivity syndrome. In the Caucasus region, we particularly see a very high percentage of organic psychiatrical disorders as well as mental disabilities. Now, if we can connect the dots and try to build a projection of what's going to happen, that, of course, can be significantly aggravated. And we're talking about disabilities, real disabilities, invalids, basically, handicapped people, mentally handicapped people. And across these countries, if you can connect the dots and build a projection of this trend, yes, in Belarus in particular, for example, we will see, especially with the mental disorders, this mentally retarded people, so to say, that's close to 20% of all disability cases, of all handicapped cases, mental retardation. And that's not good. That's not good. Intellectual disabilities, mentally retarded people, that's a heavy toll on the society. And of course, there's certain psychological factors that can, explain the most popular types of disabilities, especially with children and adolescents. But there's also neuroontogenetical factors, and such as, autistic people, behavior disorders, and unfortunately, these are the leading factors. Now, speaking of geography by geography, again, these are mental disabilities per 10,000 children. Again, we see that in percentage terms, several countries actually demonstrate a particularly high tendency, such as Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. These countries are leading. And again, we're talking about psychiatrical and behavioral disabilities and deviations. But again, the question is how good we are at identifying these cases and reporting these cases. So once we've done this helicopter overview, so we also need to understand what facilities render help, be it inpatient care or outpatient care, or just not availability of data. Well, we see that in certain countries, the situation is better. In other situations, the situation is worse. Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Ukraine are leading. So the point is that in all of these countries, we see a lot of vacancies, a lot of job openings. A lot of professionals are not in place. So the doctors are missing in action. And we either lack specific child psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, and the problem is that in Russia, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, and Kyrgyzstan, we have child psychiatry as a job, but in other countries, it is usually done by other types of doctors. So in many of these countries, the job itself is not present. So that means that these specialists are not trained. Now, if you take it a step further, you see certain patterns here, such as certain countries are trying to focus on the out care, ambulatory, home treatment. And on the other hand, there's this cultural element and stigma. And the culture here is probably the most important factor here. So the question specifically is, where is the hospital, right? In what location is it? And unfortunately, a very, very, very few of these hospitals and these treatment facilities are standalone. In Belarus and Ukraine, they're all part of the psychiatric hospitals, and very, very few that are standalone. So there's a lot of stigma against going there. Now, in terms of availability of staff, availability of professionals, well, every country has its own historical roots and national standards. I mean, I'm talking about the pre-doc and post-doc at any level. So the whole, professional training in child psychiatry is mostly done with the focus on adult psychiatry, and the child psychiatry is in a bit of an appendix to the adult psychiatry. So, and if the doctor then after graduation chooses to go into child psychiatry, then so be it. But the whole training, professional training, is done mostly with a focus on adult psychiatry. And then an adult psychiatrist is converted into a child psychiatrist, which is not the best approach. Oh, by the way, in Belarus, we made an attempt to come back to actually having a dedicated child psychiatrist, right, in the National Register, which is very, very good step in this direction. That means they will have more people available for this kind of treatment. Well, there's certain items that have not yet been tackled and certain strategic developments that we could actually pursue. Now, the fact that there's a gap between the actual initiatives on the ground, stating the facts, things that are on paper, things that are on the ground, and the level of awareness and the ability to act and execute. Of course, the main problem is that there's a lack of standards. A lack of standards when it comes to child and adolescent psychiatry. So there's a need to be national protocols, national guidelines for psychiatrical help for children and adolescent people. Right, and also, of course, the cross-functional approach, the cross-functional synergies are essential, and of course the level of professionalism, not just for doctors but also other jobs like teachers, for example, school psychologists, and other adjacent jobs that touch upon these areas is also required, because unfortunately there's a huge knowledge gap in this regard. And there's definitely a lack of connectivity between these professionals. So, and that's roughly my conclusion. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you very much. And I would like to also, because as organizers saying that we need to move on to the next speaker very quickly, which is Mr. Anton Bekov. And we'll have a Q&A at the end, because I believe that we have some technical issues. So I'm sure that we can catch up. Maybe we lost some time, but we can catch up. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Alton Bekov. Mr. Alton Bekov, please, without further ado, please take it away. And I will have to leave for the parallel session, but I will come back. Okay, that's very good. In that case, let me do the following. Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah. We can hear you very, very well. So what can we actually have a Q&A at the end? But I just wanted to pass the floor to you as the host, right? Because I'll have to leave for the parallel session, and I will come back, of course. Oh, sure, absolutely. And Mr. Sagat, of course, as the leader for the National Association of Child Psychiatry in your country, please, sir, you have the floor. Go ahead. If you're with us, of course. Sagat, you are muted. You need to unmute yourself.
У вас нету таких полномочий? Сагат Абулкаир.
Sagat, please press the mic button. You need to unmute yourself. Because we only see your name, we don't see your face. Yeah, and we want to see your face, preferably, not just your voice. Yeah, so please, 2 buttons, the video button and the microphone button. Oh, he's calling me right now. Okay, let me pick up the phone. Hello, Sagat. Oleg here. What's up? Yeah, you need to switch on the mic. You're muted, and your video is also off. You gotta do both. No, we can't hear you and we can't see you. Yeah. See, they have some technical issues on their side. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they're unable to switch on the camera or the microphone for whatever reason. Well, there's nothing we can do about that, so maybe we need to pass on to the next one. Where's Tatiana, next speaker? Well, I don't see her here. Maybe she's not available. No. Okay. Oh, Soldat is here. Good. Thank you for being back. Yeah. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was temporarily off, but I'm back. Yes, please. Take it away. Floor's yours. Just give me a moment. I will have my slides on the screen and we'll plow ahead. My slides, please. Where are the slides? Slides now. Yeah, you're almost there. Absolutely, we need your slides. And you need to share your screen.
Видно, да?
Can you see it? Yeah, but please use full screen mode. Yeah, please use this slide mode. Yeah, full F5. You can press F5. Say it again. F5. You can press F5. Or you see there's the icon says, slide mode. Yeah, exactly. It's perfect now. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you, Sagat, very, very much. No, thank you for your time. Thank you, sir, for being so clumsy about it. So, hello, everyone. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, first of all, on behalf of the Kazakh Psychiatry Association, welcome everyone. So, and my presentation is about the holistic approach to psychiatrical help to children in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Now, I need to switch the slides. How do I switch the slides? I have no idea. I have my assistant for that. Anyways, oh yeah, now it works. Good. Slide number 2, which is the availability of psychiatrical help to children and adolescents. Well, we have 17 centers across the country at the moment, and well, we have 15 regions and 2 major cities in Kazakhstan, as you know, Almaty and Nur-Sultan. And in each of these cities has, well, the Center for Psychiatrical Help. And again, for the purpose of improving availability, as you see, we have provided 74 treatment facilities for both in-house and inpatient and outpatient treatment. And we have close to 300 we'll call mini hospitals in small villages and smaller communities. So we have stationary facilities with like roughly 1,000 beds, and we have facilities for children, etc. So so far, I would say that in terms of staffing, I would say that the numbers are pretty flat, but at the same time, we're getting more and more inpatient treatments. Well, this has to do predominantly with different disabilities, adjacent disabilities. People definitely get more holistic treatment and more holistic diagnostics compared to 2017. Well, we have more child psychiatrists, so from 65 to 97. So in terms of staffing, we're trying to do a better job. So I'm not saying this is huge, but 67% improvement in 3 years. And in the past 2 years, I would say that of course, the amount of money and funding for child psychiatry is definitely improving. And we're producing more people, of course, more professionals. So, I mean, from 43 to 170 plus professionals. So definitely the job itself is getting more prestigious in terms of, overall, doctors, more young people are choosing this profession. And we have grants available, subsidies, additional government funding. So, I mean, generally, I would say that this whole area of healthcare is becoming more prestigious and therefore attracting more young professionals. So, and we're, by the way, getting more and more invited professors, I mean, from Russia, other countries, and from Western countries. And, of course, this kind of development is impossible without new rules and regulations for stationary as well as outpatient treatment. So we have new rules for screening, for pre-screening, for the capital city as well as small communities. We also have new legislation regarding the job itself, which is the shift duration. Generally, it's 6 hours, so doctors work in 6-hour shifts. There's better opportunities, of course, if you become a child psychiatrist. You get additional benefits, you get grants, you get subsidies. So, in terms of salaries, in terms of your living standards, and you can work, of course, night shifts and day shifts depending on depending on what works best for you. These are different types of professionals that we produce in our center. So, senior doctor, junior doctor, psychologist, social worker, speech therapist, etc., etc. So, and yes, we're generally increasing the number of, let's say, product lines. So to say, we're offering more services and more different types of psychological help and psychiatrical help. We're providing trainings, we're providing consulting, we're providing, of course, family work, etc. And of course, telemedicine. We're very big on telemedicine for the young generation. So for sure, and this is not just for treatment, but also for diagnostics, and especially for the early stage treatment, telemedicine can be very, very helpful. Right, and especially in recent years, we've started to make more focus on consulting at the early stage and a more mature stage. And for children with disabilities, of course, there has to be a specialized, dedicated approach. So we have a dedicated roadmap to improve the availability of psychiatrical help, and this is a 3-year program. Again, the idea is that these people need special treatment in terms of education, in terms of job opportunities, and generally, of course, these people have more difficulty being, productive members of society. Sometimes they need special care, such as autistic, for example, people that need additional care. So, and this roadmap, of course, that I'm talking about is a very comprehensive roadmap for people with such nosologies. It's an official strategy, 3-year strategy that was approved by the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. Again, this roadmap, if you dissect it, you will see specific regulations on improving the availability of medical help, providing early diagnostics, creating additional job opportunities for young professionals, and reducing the stigma and around in the society, because again the cultural component is very strong in Kazakhstan, and of course the focus is to early screen and identify traces of autism, and generally provide a more holistic help, and generally provide better awareness among the society on the autistic people as well as other mental disorders, because they're quite prevalent, and that means brochures, that means that offline and online events, and generally providing just better awareness for the people that are sometimes and very often very much oblivious to what, let's say, especially child or adolescent psychiatry disorder can look like in practice. Now, and on the slide you see the early screening for autistic children. Well, as you can see here, it is still currently in the development, and it says modified screening test for autism, which is done in 2 stages, and that's the early screening route, right? And then the further routing, either for correction or for inclusivity or home treatment, depending on severity, of course, of autism. You can go either way, either for inpatient or for outpatient treatment. So depending on whether it's a mild case or whether it's an acute case, sometimes you have to work with the family or with a school, or sometimes you need to have a very, very detailed, a very hands-on approach. And we have the so-called PMPK, which is a panel, and of course every case is screened by this panel. So we have diagnostics, and we then either apply psychological approach, psychological help, pedagogical help, family help, depending of course on a particular case. Right, and then of course once the clinical diagnostic is set, there are many routes for the patient. It can be daily stationary treatment or an intermittent treatment. So, and here on the slide we see the expected results, and the new WHO organization, because we cooperate with the WHO on the family treatment, because there are families that have adopted children with CSTs, with autism and other disorders. And the point is you need to provide materials, training, master classes for children and their parents, develop engaged model so that mothers, fathers, family members are fully engaged in the process, and reduce, of course, undesired side effects, right? Developing adaptive skills so that these people with autism can become a more complete and a more rounded members of society, and making sure that the family welfare can also be improved in the whole, so that the child is not seen as a burden. This is a very wide range of ages, from 2 years of age to 9 and beyond years of age. So, like I said, I mean, the WHO, like I said, prescribes that you need to tackle this on multiple levels, from working with parents, schools, the child itself, etc. Now, as of April 4th, 2020, we have a dedicated site called onlinehealth.kz, and that is a Republican center under the guidance of UNICEF, which is the part of the United Nations. And there you can provide consulting. There are multiple Q&As, frequently asked questions, at least 55 most popular cases, right? So you can always book an online consulting. And we had at least 80,000 unique users since the launch of the site. We had close to 400 consulting sessions We had hundreds of written applications, and also we have webinars available on YouTube. It's called Mental Center Kazakhstan. So, and that YouTube channel, if you subscribe to, you can find lots of webinars dedicated to child psychiatry. So that is available on YouTube as well as other social medias. And that's for psychologists, parents, doctors, and other professionals that are related to these areas. So it's currently something like 3,000 subscribers and close to 500,000 views. And on the website, you see the different sections for parents, for children, for professionals. There's a professional sector, for family section. And we're also working with schools. We generally make sure that every school has at least 2 child psychologists. And also working with other disciplines, other doctors, providing basic guidelines in terms of what you can do, what you cannot do. Also work with the doctors, right, to make sure that there's no burnout. We had at least 55, real case studies, and there are multiple guidelines in terms of stress management, especially for children with mental disorders. And in the FAQ question, in the frequently asked questions, there are multiple ways that you can actually fix a particular situation in terms of what to do with the child, how to pass a free time, how to engage a child, etc. So, and that's roughly all that I can say at the moment. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Sagat. And that's basically a report on what's happening in Kazakhstan, in our friendly neighboring republic. Can I ask you maybe one question, but please, real quick. COVID-19, did it have any, impact on your, let's say, plan? And what was the impact of COVID-19? Unfortunately, yes, of course, because as you know, in Kazakhstan, the measures were very severe, especially with the Delta variant. We had a surge of COVID cases among adults and in children and adolescents. We lately had a bit of a improvement, but since the beginning of the year, we had a major surge of COVID cases in children and adolescents. So we had to focus on telemedicine. But the situation is getting better. The number of cases is going down. I mean, in 2020, for example, I would say close to 90% of all children would study online. But as of September 1st, I would say 80% of children are now doing this offline. So I would say pretty much we're bit by bit getting back to normal. Well, thank you, Sagat. Appreciate it. And for me, it is an honor to actually move on to the next presentation, which is the president of Kyrgyz Psychiatrical Association, Tatiana Galaka. And I was told that we will be she's not available live, but she has a recording. So whenever the recording is available, please let us know, and we can demonstrate it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So on my behalf, of course, I would like to congratulate all of you, all the professionals, anyone who's involved in psychological help with this incredible event. This is a very important milestone event. And the whole idea of cross-discipline approach, of course, just goes to show just how important child psychiatry is generally. And have no doubt whatsoever that this Congress will definitely help us improve the overall situation on the ground. And we'll hope also disseminate best practices and the best scientific knowledge, and will eventually improve the situation with children. So I, of course, congratulate everyone, and I wish you continued success, great networking, new novel ideas, and Of course, I'd like to say a big thank you to the organizers for the amount of work that they've done to prepare this Congress. Thank you so much in this very challenging environment. So without further ado, let me give you maybe a background about the country of Kyrgyzstan. It's a former Soviet republic, Central Asia, which is the northwestern part of Central Asia. We're bordering Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and China. It's a big country, close to 200,000 square kilometers. Yeah, it's a very mountainous country. Roughly three-fourths of the territory is covered with mountains. Close to 7 million people live in Kyrgyzstan. And that's as of January 1st, 2021. And we have a lot of young people, by the way, which is roughly a quarter of the population. Yeah, a lot of young people. A very young country generally. Now, just to make sure, just to give it a snapshot of the structure of psychiatrical help in Kyrgyzstan, this is a very brief description. We have the so-called the Ministry of Healthcare of Kyrgyzstan. We have the 6 psychiatrical hospitals, right? And we have also local facilities, which is a total of 11. Right, and we also have mini offices, which is roughly 74 around Kyrgyzstan, right? And we also have commercial companies, yes, and we have, of course, acute therapy hospitals, and it's not just all government. We also have private ones as well, yes. And we also have charity foundations that are also dealing with these issues. And NGOs are particularly strong in Kyrgyzstan, such as Psychical Help in Society, Family and Society, and Hand in Hand. So these are international NGOs that are very active in Kyrgyzstan. And they're tackling these issues on multiple fronts. So I would say that when it comes to child psychiatry, it is tackled by the government, private sector, as well as NGOs. Now, just a couple of words about the child psychiatry. Now, when it comes to ambulatory outpatient psychiatrical help, which is done by child psychiatrists generally, and we have 2 main facilities in the city of Bishkek and the city of Osh. And we also have regional ones. Roughly that's 21 around the country in smaller villages and smaller facilities. We also, of course, have stationary help, inpatient care, which is the Republican Center for Psychiatrical Help, roughly 40 places, 40 seats available. And there's another one, which is the Regional Psychiatry Help Center, a relatively small one. It has basically 10 people capacity. Well, you see, it's quite small, as a matter of fact. It used to be 200 in the 90s. Now it's only 90. So the total capacity for inpatient psychiatrical help is 90. That's the how much we can handle, which is not much, unfortunately. Well, and in my work, of course, we have the Constitution of the Republic. We have the law on General Healthcare Act, which is the main act that also has a section that is dedicated to psychological help. We also have a dedicated law on psychiatrical help. We have the Code of Conduct for the Kyrgyz Republic on children. We have the law on children's rights. We have the family code, and we also have the law on adolescent welfare and other acts, bylaws, and etc. So there's also a new one, which was approved on the March 1st, 2018, which is the official government program on the treatment of psychological help, and this is a 5-year program, 2018-2022. Right, it's a 5-year plan, essentially to improve psychiatrical health within young population. And we also, of course, develop our own guidelines, such as the clinical guidelines on providing psychological help to children that have been victims of abuse or rape victims, for example, right, or autism, or, for example, hyperkinetic, or for example, intellectual disorders, right, or behavioral disorders, or speech disorders, etc. So there are multiple guidelines that we provide for clinical treatment and help to children with a very wide plethora of disorders, from victims of rape, abuse, speech disorders, etc., etc. So plenty of different guidelines. And I would like to share maybe the next slide, which basically deals and without further ado, let me also show you this though. Again, this is general trend. The general trend that we're seeing, and unfortunately, as you were saying, it's on the rise. It's on the rise, and that's what we're seeing. 2019 was peaked, and then it went down. Well, of course, the fact that it was up in 2019 and then it was down, well, naturally, because of the quarantine, because of the lockdown, it was difficult to, first of all, identify these cases. It was difficult to count these cases. And the mobility, of course, was also a big problem. So, as you know, well, in Kyrgyzstan, the level of mobility was very low. And like I said, these kind of
Следующие слайды.
Okay, so this slide is about the absolute terms, absolute numbers, from schizophrenia to other types of disorders per 100,000 cases. Okay, so mostly psychiatry and behavior type disorders. Now, I would say that the mental disorders, of course, are on the rise and far beyond everything else. Then other types of disorders, including autism, follow suit, and I would say are more benign.
Обусловлен целым рядом факторов. Это факторы, такие как многодетность семей, анемия у многих матерей, отсутствие должного стимулирования психического развития ребенка со стороны родителей, в силу их занятости, особенности менталитета населения, где очень высокий уровень стигматизации. На протяжении последних лет перечисленные обстоятельства усугубились еще усилением миграции, оставлением детей на попечение пожилых родителей, других родственников, занятых детей. Для снижения начали реализовываться программы на уровне правительства с поддержкой международных организаций и других ведомств. Здесь представлен слайд показатели заболеваемости психическими и поведенческими расстройствами детей и подростков по регионам Кыргызской республики. Вы видите высокие показатели по городу Бишкеку и Чуйской области, которые, на наш взгляд, прежде всего демонстрируют не фактическую высокую заболеваемость расстройствами, а прежде всего это концентрированность служб психического здоровья именно в городе Ош и приближенной Чуйской области. Поэтому показатели ниже обращаться за специализированной помощью. Следующие слайды демонстрируют динамику инвалидности и первичной инвалидности детей и подростков по причине психических расстройств. Как видно по слайдам, наблюдается постоянный рост этих расстройств. И опять же значительно превалирует инвалидность в связи с умственной отсталостью. Достаточно часто также по причине органических психических расстройств. Рост показателей детской инвалидности и первичной инвалидности среди детей демонстрирует недостаточность развития психиатрической, профилактической медицины, низком уровне. Существующие частные реабилитационные центры для детей с ограниченными возможностями просто не в состоянии оказывать помощь всем детям, охватить всех детей, обеспечить
Provide help to all the children and to provide rehabilitation to children low socioeconomic level in the majority of families. This is also another bad sign, and there must be provided pensions to these people. This slide shows indicators of primary disability for the reason of mental diseases. In 2020, the highest indicator, as you can see, is in Chuisk region, Narinsk region, but they are connected to the fact that the factors, the negative factors that we have already mentioned, were at play. This slide shows the ratio between the dynamic of primary incidence and primary disability for the reason of mental diseases in child and adolescents. And you can see that these indicators are fully aligned. So you can see that starting from 2010 till 2019, there was an increase in incidence and in disability, and in 2020 there was a slight decrease, and I have already mentioned above the reasons why these indicators are going down. This slide shows acute deficiency in pediatric psychiatrists that can provide psychiatrist help. There are only 9 of them to all Republic, but we need more than 50 of these experts. So 10,000 children are provided with help by 0.04%. Psychiatrist help is provided by other experts as well, psychologists, teachers, educators, logopedicians, neurologists, pediatricians, but actually we don't have enough doctors for these patients. The number of pediatric psychiatrists are just 9, and they're enough for 14% of population. Training of these specialists, it's pre-diploma education, pre-graduate education for 6 years at the department on pediatric problems. Pediatric department has 5 vacancies, 5 credits, 150 hours. Out of them, 105 are in the offline in the room. Postgraduate education, 2 years education, about 5,000 hours. On the first year, everybody studies overall psychiatry, and on the second year, pediatric psychiatry. And also wanted to mention the main problems in the system of mental health and mental well-being. They have already been mentioned throughout my presentation, but I just wanted to tell you more about them. Acute deficiency in experts in pediatric psychiatry with cognitive disorders. Not enough prevention, not enough screening in schools and preschool facilities. Very few people go to doctors for these reasons. This is why we cannot start treatment adequately at an early stage, and there are no consultancies at an early stage. Even when people are seeking medical advice, then some families cannot have it because of low standards of living and because they live far from clinics. Another factor is not enough enlightenment, not enough awareness about possibilities of psychiatric aid for children, and also there's a high stigma among population. This is why people usually go to other doctors, not psychiatrists, but to paramedics, for example. And also, I must mention such factor as low salaries for doctors working in psychiatric area. These problems obviously can be solved. We must resolve them. This is why I mentioned that we're supposed to have a program in Kyrgyz Republic. We ensure measures to optimize the service for mental health and mental well-being of children in the country. What are the measures that we're proposing? Mental well-being of children and mental health of children must be considered a priority in the program on protection of mental health of children in 2018 to 2030 in Kyrgyz Republic. We must attract attention to this problem. We started reorganize it, and pediatric psychiatrists are becoming available again. They are recovered. Why I'm saying recovered? These jobs are being recovered because in 1990s and in year 2000, the number of vacancies for pediatricians were reduced and pediatric psychiatrist jobs were reduced. Now they are recovering. They are being returned. We're also training pediatric adults to become pediatric psychiatrists to treat children because adult psychiatrists for adults have more patients, and we are teaching them to work with children so that they become pediatric psychiatrists as well. If they're aware of these problems, they can provide some aid as well. In order to work with behavior disorders, we also continue integrating psychiatry into primary link. First of all, it is aimed at training of doctors in the centers of family medicine, particularly to treat children in diagnostics and in correction of their behavior. So now when we are training family doctors, we include a program on training on diagnostics in psychiatric area, at least to provide some primary aid, primary help to children. We're improving medical aid in mother and child care. We prevent and we treat anemias. We prevent and treat diseases in pregnant mothers. Now we are paying a lot of attention to these problems, and I believe that implementation of these measures will improve psychiatric aid to our children and to adolescents. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana Ivanovna. Dear colleagues, we don't have time for questions, and now I would like to propose to hand over to the next speaker who has his birthday today. Dr. Morozov, our friend and colleague from Uzbekistan, please. He is a founder of a great tradition to train the youth. Professor Ashurov, the microphone is yours. I wanted to also give some information to speakers. Due to technical difficulties, I wanted to pay attention to the fact that please shrink your presentation to 15 minutes. Otherwise, we will not have a chance to record your presentation. Peter Viktorovich, thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you with us again. Let me return the role of the moderator back to you. The moderator is muted. Good afternoon, dear professors. My name is Yekaterina Land. Unfortunately, Professor Ashurov asked to send his kind regards to you. He would be happy to be here. He would be happy to take part in the conference, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen events, he had to ask his employees to cover for him today. Just a second. I apologize. Can we begin the presentation in like 1 minute because we have technical difficulties? Yes, okay. Meanwhile, let's have a look at this picture, and as soon as you're ready, please turn on your presentation.
Oleg, if we are facing some problem, is it possible that we can go to the last presentation and then presentation from Uzbekistan can follow that? Because we
Они
have
попросили подождать. Они просили подождать, если...
They asked to wait, but if it makes no sense to wait, then let's choose somebody else. Yes, it would be great if you could choose somebody else. Yes.
Because we
Okay,
have
who's the next one then?
no, we will come back to this speaker from Uzbekistan. But in the meantime, if Peter and Oleg allow, let's invite Professor Kamal from Morocco, who is going to speak about. He is from Moroccan Association of Child Psychiatrists and associate professionals in the field of mental health, and he's the vice president of the World Council for Psychotherapy. So his talk is Morocco Plan for Action for Children, Mental Health and Well-being.
Thank you, Afzal, for presentation.
Yeah, hope Professor Kamal is here. Professor Kamal Redouai from Morocco. Can we check if he has logged in?
Well, okay. К сожалению, unfortunately, I'm very sorry, but Dr. Kamal Adawi is not here, is not online, and we have some technical problem because when Oleg present his speech, he was not on the line. He was only for our group. So that the organizer asked us if we could now to put again the recording of Oleg's speech to the audience, because audience was deprived from his talk. this is the situation. Я еще раз скажу, что у нас произошла
Let me say it again in Russian. We had a technical difficulty during presentation of Oleg Alexeyevich. Professor Makushkin's presentation was online, and we unfortunately were the only ones who could hear his amazing presentation, and it would be reasonable to present his speech to everyone. So since we don't have professor who's supposed to speak right now, we can make this gift to everyone. Since Professor Kamal is not here right now, we can put this presentation on the screen again. And Oleg Alexeyevich can view his presentation himself again, and he can check English translation, psychiatric services in the 10th region. The psychiatric service is underestimated throughout the world. Mental disorders in 3/4 of cases. Adult pathology manifests itself in the age of up to 25, and 8 out of 10 reasons of disabilities in young children from 10 to 14 years old have mental nature in its structure. 10th zone has a relation to implementation of tasks set by our research, because it brings together countries with a similar history, and at some point in time these countries went into different directions, but the roots of the system of psychiatric help were similar, and their comparison would make sense in order to get answers to questions. To answer 2 questions based on clinical and epidemiological organizational questions of pediatric psychiatric services and training of specialists to provide medical help to children and adolescents. In order to understand how problematic this area is, I wanted to draw your attention to difficulties of the journey that psychiatric of children and adolescents got faced with throughout the world. And I wanted to emphasize exactly psychiatric area for children and adolescents. In 1977, WHO made an emphasis that every country must have a national plan, action plan on pediatric psychiatric health. In 1992, these recommendations were approved by International Association of Children and Adolescent Psychiatry, and there was developed a package of recommendations and guidelines in pediatric psychiatry and their action plan. But in 2005, only 30 countries that submitted their statistical data to fill out the Atlas of Psychiatric Health for children and adolescent people. They had this roadmap. In 2018, the situation did not become much better. In 2020, there was issued quite an interesting article that has a systematic review of different predications that were focused on strategy assessment, associated with the average level of income in population. And based on this analysis, there were assessed challenges that we're faced with right now, and there was a correction strategy developed. Among those challenges that you can see on the slide, I wanted to emphasize particularly that there's a focus on assessing the difficulties in pediatric services. And it's difficult to do so because data are not enough. Not enough data about the services, about how they work, and which services are efficient, which ones are not, which programs are available in different countries. Also, it's hard to compare the resources, including physical and financial resources, and opportunities and capabilities of different services in terms of their ability to provide psychiatric services. Unfortunately, the sound is disappearing once in a while. I wanted to talk you through a study that was held in Eastern Europe in classification of World Psychiatric Association. These results are an attempt to answer questions. It's just first attempt, but it is an attempt, and maybe it will further help development of psychiatric services for children in our countries. Out of 10 states that took part, 10 member states, 9 provided results of their survey, signaling data survey. The data were finalized in the 31st of October 2019. Pain points were revealed, and this data can be compared based on these surveys. The sound is off. Based on indicators of disability in children, and there must be legislative base, regulatory base in order to train experts and to provide health care to children in medical facilities. Further in our presentation, I'm going to show results based on public data that were provided by national psychiatric associations. And in European countries, on average, the share of underage people accounts to 20%. Then in these countries, we could see that in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, the share of underage population is much larger. The sound is off. The sound is off. The data that were used for comparative analysis were approved by national program related to development of pediatric psychiatric service, or in national programs on demographic safety, or in prevention of suicidal behavior and prevention of violence. Indicators of primary incidence in responding countries. Here you can see a group of countries where you can see Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. They have high indicators of primary incidence. The sound is off. The sound disappeared. It can't be explained by epidemic nature of this disease for adolescents with behavioral and mood disorders. Maybe it's about features of distribution of sources in pediatric psychiatry. Maybe resources are allocated improperly. This area of knowledge is not a priority, maybe, and the acuteness, the importance of this area is underestimated, and this is why indicators of incidence are not seen. Maybe this is why other countries are not evident here. The same is the case with overall incidence. Again, 3 countries are standing out compared to the other countries: Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. The sound is off. The sound disappeared. It helps find out which nosologies are leading, such nosologies as mental deficiency and psychological dysfunctions, mental dysfunctions. In the Caucasus, organic mental disorders and mental dysfunctioning are leading in the structure of diseases. What stands out is Belarus. In Belarus, in overall incidence, we can see behavioral emotional disorders that are beginning at an early stage, such as ADHD and behavioral disorders. No sound, unfortunately, no sound. The structure of reasons for disability, here we can see quite comprehensive groups. In Republic of Belarus, development disorder and mental disorders account for a large share. In overall disability indicators, we can see that in 3 countries, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and Ukraine, in these 3 countries, these indicators are higher than in the other countries, are maximum. Among responding countries that provided the data, the number of psychiatrists are not enough, but we can see 3 countries such as Belarus. The sound is off. And we can see that the indicators are quite high in these countries, but we need to have a balanced approach here. We need to compare them to European similar indicators. For instance, in Bulgaria, for 100,000 children, there are more experts. In Sweden, it's 23.8. In Finland, it's the indicator is much higher. These are the data for 2017. Unfortunately, we need to admit that in other countries, in all the countries, we see that there are vacant positions, that there are not enough jobs, not enough experts, not enough psychiatrists for children. No sound, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we have seen the data that responding countries sent to us. Only Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and a few more countries have such a job as pediatric psychiatrists. In all other countries, all general psychiatrists are providing healthcare services both to adults and to children. We made an emphasis on analysis of specialized facilities for psychiatric services for children, and we received data and we put them into this table. The good news is that there are more patients in outpatient services, and it's a promising sign, a promising area. No sound, unfortunately. And opportunities for psychiatric healthcare services outside of psychiatric facilities, psychiatric clinics, it would be preferable as well, but this practice is not widespread. In all the countries, training of specialists had its own stable practice, training the specialists to treat adolescents and children with psychiatric problems. They're usually discussed together with adult psychiatric matters, and there are only very few countries that are training pediatric psychiatrists separately from general psychiatrists. No sound, unfortunately. We mean that there must be additional vocational training for psychiatrists to train them to work with children with pediatric psychiatric disorders. In conclusion, I wanted to emphasize the unmet needs. There must be a multidisciplinary approach in pediatric psychiatry for adolescents and for children. Organizational aspects and the resources allocation, sometimes they are off track and they don't meet the real demand, we must go beyond the psychiatry as well, and we must help improve training other doctors, and not just doctors, but other people to be psychiatrists. No sound, unfortunately. More people must get trained to work with children and to be psychiatrists for them. We mean that national psychiatric systems must develop national guidelines, national protocols to provide healthcare, pediatric healthcare services to adolescents. And we must strive to integrate services of psychiatric healthcare into somatic medicine. Thank you for your attention.
I think Professor Peter Morozov, as we are almost running the session on time, and it's a pity that because of the technical problems, we could not hear three of our speakers. But I think overall, Professor Wolfgang Giebel set the scene in a very effective way. And then we were able to listen from at least three East European states about the state of affairs in terms of the child health. Oleg, as a zonal representative, would you like to give your comments?
Да, определенно.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much to the audience. I have switched to Russian language. For experts working in pediatric healthcare, we discussed with colleagues, we discussed an opportunity to see each other in person to make a step forward in integrating our joint efforts to unify healthcare services and to unify our understanding of behavioral disorders in children in our region and mental disorders in children in our region. In order to do so, we need to make a bridge. We need to bridge the university education and post-graduation education and those initiatives that are proposed by Professor Morozov, and they are supported by Samarkand School of Young Psychiatrists. We believe that these are very positive signs. I wanted to talk to organizers of the Congress. Do we have an opportunity to connect our colleagues from Uzbekistan right now? Good afternoon. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see it now. Thank you. Apologies for technical difficulties. Organization of pediatric psychiatry services is one of the main areas in the psychiatry service overall, and the presentation today is going to be about organization of these services in the Republic of Uzbekistan. And in the beginning, I would like to quote Marc de Balzac, who said some time ago that the future of the nation is in the hands of mothers. He meant that future generations determine the future of any state. This is why it's particularly important to pay attention to health, physical and mental health of children in any country. Regulatory base, regulatory foundation for great work of all psychiatric service are the following two documents in the Republic of Uzbekistan. It's a decree, presidential decree about measures on improvement of all psychiatric service, psychiatric healthcare. It covers all psychiatric service overall, and another law in the Republic of Uzbekistan on psychiatrists Psychiatric healthcare. It was adopted in May 2021. Here we must mention that initially the document was adopted in 1996 and in 2021 it was updated and adjusted. At the same time, priority areas were the following ones: creation of efficient organizational vertical structure of management, improvement of regulatory base, improvement of material and technical base, reconstruction and big repair of different facilities and buildings, equipment or additional equipment for medical facilities, and also provision of the service with skilled, talented people, training, retraining, vocational training, and upgrade of qualification for pediatric psychiatrists, introduction of new methodologies and new technologies in prevention and diagnostics and treatment. Organizational structure of psychiatric service for children in Uzbekistan. Psychiatric aid is provided by state-owned clinics and private clinics as well, who obtained the license for medical services in psychiatry. Psychiatric dispensary are located in different regions and in different cities. In the city of Tashkent and in larger cities, they are either independent or they are preventive clinics. As to in-clinic treatment, they are provided in in-clinic treatments that are dedicated to psychiatric services. Psychiatric services are guaranteed by the state. What kind of help is provided? Consultancy, treatment, preventative, rehabilitation, social, outpatient and inpatient treatment. All these services are provided by the state. Pediatric psychoneurological dispensaries can be can be done inpatient and outpatient. In outpatient, services are provided in anonymous way or not anonymous way, daycare facilities and physiotherapeutical clinics, and they have some standard services there, standard beds. Here you can see overall statistics on pediatric and adult psychiatric beds. The speaker disappeared. They show better efficiency and they have a greater rehabilitation potential because patients spend more time in social areas together with other people. We have another problem, a problem with headcount. Experts year on year lose interest in this area. Currently, we are trying to sort out this problem. We arrange for schools of young psychiatrists. We provide for seminars and lectures. We improve financial conditions for these doctors, and we hope that we will recruit more psychiatrists in the nearest time. Here you can see how many vacant jobs and what's the head count of our jobs. You can see that the highest percentage is in central cities, and in remote areas, unfortunately, there are fewer experts, fewer specialists, and it's hard to recruit these people. What is the qualification of practicing psychiatrists in Uzbekistan? More than half of experts have qualification. As to people who don't have the qualification, it's the other half, but it tells us that there's a good trend. It means that young doctors are actually beginning to join the job and to become psychiatrists. Training people, graduation with the position of psychiatric expert and medical psychiatry. In the last 3 years, 136 graduates graduated with the position of psychiatrists. In conclusion, I wanted to quote Peggy Amar: "It's important to be great parents for any child. Any human is a social creature, so be careful when you're talking to your children. At some point, your voice will become their inner voice." Thank you for your attention and thank you for the opportunity to take part in the conference. Thank you, Yekaterina. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation. It was very comprehensive, and we're looking forward to seeing you in line offline in April next year for the Samarkand School of Psychiatrists. Looking forward to it as well. Thank you.
President, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Morozov. I'm sure that despite all these technical issues, we have really had a very good presentations, at least from 4 countries from the region, as well as a good start from the Professor Wolfgang Giebel. I would suggest that the take-home message from this session should be that all countries in the region are very keen to develop and strengthen their child mental health services. I think this is very important. And I was struck with the statistics presented by Oleg, looking at the increasing age, increasing number of people within the young adults range or adolescents. So that is very important that we have to really look at and think about some of these plans. I would suggest, because Oleg being his own representative and the other speakers were mostly the presidents and the representatives of the association, and Professor Peter Morozov being the Secretary General of WPA, if WPA could be of any help in preparing, in helping, supporting the training bit, we will be more than happy to do. Our volunteering action plan group will be very keen, because they are recently doing some pilot project in one Asian country, and they have just completed one in the North American country, Central American countries, on how to use the volunteers for training in child mental health. So probably this could be another good effort that WPA can help to Oleg and his colleagues in that region. That is number one. And number two, I think the model which Suzdal School has given to us is an excellent model of using your own resources and trying to continue with the educational programs. And this was actually a sort of my wish that Suzdal School experience should be replicated in other countries. And I'm pleased that it is going to happen in Tashkent, and hopefully similar experiences followed by advice from Professor Peter Morozov, and of course guidance from Oleg, if they could really have a specialized Suzdal school in terms of imparting teaching and training in young and adolescents and children's mental health. So with these words, I once again thank all the speakers, thank the co-chair, and I'm sure that this session will go a long way in understanding the needs in the areas of child mental health. That is all from my side. Professor Morozov, do you want to say any words of thanks? And let's close the session after your talk.
Thank you very much. Я хочу только очень коротко сказать спасибо всем.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to briefly say thank you to all participants for their contribution to what we do. Presentations were very interesting, and as far as I understand, the future is going to be also very bright in this area, in the area of mental health of children and adolescents. A lot of work to be done, and I believe we will make a lot of efforts to work in this area and to resolve the unmet needs and problems. Thank you very much to everyone.
So thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Добрый день, Николай Владимирович, Николай Григорьевич, Анна Викторовна, добрый день. Всех рад видеть.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to see everyone. Good afternoon. Hello to you as well. Happy to see you too. Happy to hear you. Finally, we can meet. My best wishes to you. My best wishes to you as well. Thank you very much. Let's see when we are on air. We still have some 10 minutes. Who's going to flip the slides? Are we going to flip them ourselves? I was told that we should share our screen ourselves and flip presentations ourselves. If we fail to do so, they will help us.
Я позвонил заранее. Там есть внизу экрана демонстрация экрана кнопка.
Так.
У вас. Если на нее нажать, откроются ваши слайды.
Ага. То есть сначала кинут они.
А потом, да, потом там, когда нажать стрелочку вниз, эти слайды исчезнут.
Нет, я понимаю.
Стрелочку вверх, появятся слайды. Кнопка демонстрации экрана.
Нет, а первичная загрузка будет централизована, потому что мы им перекидывали слайды.
У меня-то перекинуто, но я и отправлял организаторам свои слайды. И у меня сейчас в отделе телемедицины слайды уже в компьютере. Я заранее просто перекинул.
Я им тоже перекинул, так вот они как.
Здравствуйте. Дело в том, что лучше, конечно, вам запускать это, потому что нет тогда задержки и неловких моментов, когда вы говорите смена слайда или слайд не тот. Как-то вам все-таки контролировать это будет лучше, я считаю.
А запускать с рабочего стола, что ли, или как?
Да, просто запускаете презентацию, потом делитесь экраном, демонстрацией экрана, и потом делаете на полный экран. Можете даже сейчас попробовать, я вам скажу.
Так, значит, я сейчас должен сначала демонстрацию сделать.
Нет, сначала запустите презентацию.
Запустить презентацию, понял. Понял.
Hello, could I just please check whether I'm in the right call? This is meant to be hall 2 that I'm speaking at 1:15 our time, so 3:15 your time. Is that correct?
Она говорит по-английски, я не понимаю. Как приятно. Все, нормально. Да, все правильно.
Так, а теперь я как вернуться должен?
I guess it's right. It's hall number 2. Can you hear me? Anke? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Вот у меня есть здесь, да, уже два есть даже. Уже поставлен.
Anke, can you hear me?
Это презентация, да? А теперь демонстрацию экрана включаем.
Да, понял.
И выбираете там презентацию в окошке.
Понял. Хорошо, не буду больше мешаться.
Да можно запускать, можно отключить. Это сейчас у нас перерыв как бы.
Ну да. Я просто не первый, поэтому как-то. Поделиться надо еще.
Да. Все, отлично.
Так, а теперь как мне ее убрать?
Теперь, уберите. Вы еще ее должны потом сделать на полный экран. Это F5.
Ага.
F5.
Потом или сейчас?
Можете сейчас, давайте попробуем.
Давайте сделал. Нажал вроде.
Так, пока нет. Или смотрите, вот внизу справа, видите, такие ярлычки стоят. Да. Вам нужен крайний правый ярлык. Вот этот, да. Не, левее. Вот этот, да.
Так. Ага.
Так. Вот, все. А теперь, чтобы выйти, Escape.
Остановить демонстрацию, наверное.
Да. Не, остановить демонстрацию, да, но именно чтобы вот с презентации уйти, надо вам Escape нажать.
Escape.
Это слева наверху.
Да. Нажал. Все,
да, там крестик нажимаете и демонстрацию останавливаете. Потом также можно будет повторить. Если что, я помогу.
Так, а какой крестик?
Да, вот этот. Все правильно.
И все. Хорошо.
Да, и остановить. Все, демонстрация. Все, спасибо. Тогда ждем в 4.
Ждем командования.
Да.
Это...
Hello, you can hear me now, right? Okay. You're muted. I cannot hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
Then
I'm just an interpreter. I need to ask everyone whether it's the right session. According to schedule, as far as I can see, it's Gordana Milovic, right?
I'm here. Hello. Hi, everybody.
Yes.
Hi.
So Gordana is the one who's speaking in 5 minutes, as far as I understand.
Oh, good, great. Then I'm short. I just didn't know what was going on. So
Hi, Anke. I'm waiting for Professor Neznanov, who is co-chairing with me.
I see.
So, and we shall start promptly, I promise you, because we have a number of speakers this afternoon and we have to keep to schedule. So I will wait for Professor Neznanov to join me, and as soon as he's here, we can start. So as far as I can understand, we are going to be screen sharing ourselves unless we run into technical difficulties. Hello, Anna. Hi.
Hello.
I see Professor Makarov is
exactly
here.
This is right.
Yeah. Hello. But I don't want to start without Professor Neznanov, who was here a moment ago, but he's gone now.
У нас еще 4 минуты, что мы его подождем?
We have 4 more minutes. In case if he's still not here in 4 minutes, we can wait for him, I guess.
Yeah, we'll definitely wait. Yeah, no problem. So we have, I think I'm doing the first presentation, then Professor Shevchenko's next, and then it's Professor Eschler's, and then we have Professor Borovic. Is she here? Yeah. And then Professor Makarov to see us off. Good. Here's Professor Neznanov. Hello. We can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are beginning now.
Здравствуйте, у нас 2 минуты.
Yeah.
2 минуты? Okay.
You're in good time.
2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
For 2 minutes.
Yeah. So Professor Neznanov and I are co-chairing this session. And if I can just suggest before we start, Professor Neznanov, if you announce me, and then we will take turns for the speakers, if that's all right. I think we did that last time at the last Congress. So, yeah.
Посмотрим сейчас. Ну, наверное, да. Можем мы начать? Я обращаюсь к организаторам Конгресса.
I'm asking the organizers, dear organizers, can we begin? 10 seconds and we begin. Good afternoon. Hold on a second. Good afternoon, everyone, colleagues. I'm happy to see you. Good afternoon. The interpreter, are you here?
Переводчик на месте.
The interpreter is here. Yes. Yes, it's 3:15. Just hold on a second.
Секунд.
10 seconds to go. Hold on a second. I will tell you when we can start recording. We'll give a sign off.
коллеги, всех, кого еще сегодня не видела, приветствую, всем добрый день.
Всем добрый день. Тут на экране
Everyone, good afternoon.
ролик. О, спасибо.
If you could switch off the video. Oh, yes, thank you for switching off the video. Great. The break is over, actually. We are waiting.
Так, она 17:15, но мы забрали 10, там 12 минут.
Да, начинайте, пожалуйста. Спасибо.
Мы можем начать, да, Ольга Евгеньевна?
Да, спасибо.
Да, 10 секунд.
Okay, so we can begin now. 10 seconds.
Еще раз добрый день, уважаемые
One more time, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let us begin our symposium dedicated to problems related to modern approaches to the diagnostics and treatment of mental disorders in children and adolescents. I wanted to introduce you to my co-chair. It's Professor Gordana Milovic. She is a chair of the Association for Child and Adolescent Mental Health. She is also president-elect and member of the Psychiatric Council of the Royal Society of Medicine. She's a lead consultant in child and pediatric psychiatry in clinic named after Maudsley. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nesnanov.
Да, ну и я хотел бы предоставить вам...
Yes, and I would like to hand over to you for your presentation. The subject of your presentation is the neuroscience of depression in children and adolescents. Over to you, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to try and get my presentation up. Let's see if I can get the full screen. Here we are. I hope you can all see this. Yes, Professor Nesnanov, is my sharing? Yes, good.
Yeah.
Well,
Good.
I'm delighted. Thank you. I will try and keep to my time, but please remind me if I should go over the time. I'd like to leave some time for questions and answers. I'm delighted to be here. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I look forward to sharing and co-chairing this session with you. I'm going to talk about depression this afternoon, and I'm going to talk about the role of inflammation more specifically. I have no conflicts of interest to declare in preparing this lecture. And what I'm going to do is talk about the epidemiology of depression, say a few words about the existing theoretical models of depression, and then point to this link between inflammation and depression. And finally, just say a few words about how child abuse and child maltreatment fits into all this. So let's start with the epidemiology. This is a well-known slide to all of you, but it's always good reminding us that we are expected to see depression to be the single biggest cause of disability in the world by 2030. And of course, the economic costs are enormous. I like this particular survey, although it's already about 10 years old, but it's Catherine Merikangas in the USA looking at lifetime prevalence by sex and by age. And what I want to draw your attention to is these rising figures of the prevalence of childhood depression as children grow older. And here we have, of course, a more serious aspect of depression, which are the more serious cases. Looking at prevalence rates in adolescents in more recent studies, we have very similar results. Again, lifetime during adolescence, 11% prevalence rates, 12-month period prevalence rates of 7.5%. And amongst this, we have these serious and severe impairment data. In the UK, we have been fortunate in having the benefit of a survey which has been conducted by the ONS, and it looks at the mental health of children and young people in England. And this survey started, as you can see, in 1999. It was repeated in 2004, and then in 2017 here. And what we see is rising rates of all childhood disorders throughout this period. But even more interestingly, when we looked in 2017 at some of these rates of disorder, what seemed to be stable is behavioral disorders and hyperactivity here, but the emotional disorders were going up, as you can see. Now, we have been even more fortunate since the onset of the COVID epidemic in having more data from the same team. And what they have been able to show is that, by contrast to 2017, the number of children, and this time with probable mental disorders, because we were not able to interview children directly, that rate of disorders has risen from 1 in 9, which it was in 2017, to 1 in 6 in 2020. And I want to tell you that the results of this survey for 2021 have just come out the other day. I don't have a slide here to give you the details, but the rates have remained high. And what is interesting to note is that girls in particular are being presented with high rates of probable disorder. Now, I can't go into the details of the depression facts. These are just some of the salient features. The female to male ratio until adolescence is 1:1, then it goes to 2:1. Comorbid psychiatric diagnoses are very high. Relapse recurrence rates are high. It's a high burden of disease, and we have long-term consequences. Now, as far as treatment goes, only a third of young people receive adequate treatment. And these are UK figures, but I don't think they differ anywhere else in the world. 65% moderately to severely depressed children respond to treatment, but that means we're still left with this extraordinary figure of almost a third who show residual symptoms or a partial response, and they go on, frankly, to graduate to adult psychiatry and to go on being depressed for the rest of their lives. Placebo effects are high, which means it's very difficult to do studies, and in particular to do treatment studies. So why is this? It is because, and as we're realizing more recently, depression is a heterogeneous disorder. What does this mean? It means that the etiology is complex and multifactorial. And I will not read all of this out to you because I'm sure you're familiar with it. The predominant hypothesis about why young people and adults get depressed is the monoamine hypothesis, based on a deficiency of biogenic amine systems. Then we have the endocrine explanations, we have the cognitive and behavioral theories, the neurogenesis hypothesis, and of course the inflammatory theory, which I'm going to be talking about today, and then the neurodegenerative hypothesis. So the only way to study all these heterogeneous mechanisms is to look in a systems neuroscience approach. And this is where we are at the moment, thinking about neural mechanisms, genes and gene environment, endocrine mechanisms, inflammatory, autoimmune mechanisms, the microbiome, and of course, experimental and clinical research. So this is where I'm going to focus for the rest of my presentation. We're talking about inflammatory and autoimmune mechanisms in causing depression. So I need to keep going, but for some reason I'm stuck. Here we are. So depression, inflammatory and autoimmune processes. We have known for many years that mood and physical illness are connected. We know about sickness behavior. Every time any one of us has a flu-like illness or an injury or an infection, we get the sickness behavior, as it is known, which is characterized by fatigue, lethargy, social withdrawal, low mood, and we feel miserable. The new idea is to link these systems by the immune system. And this is how it works. This is an oversimplified slide, but this is what I'm going to be talking about. This is a child with measles. We have the peripheral infection. Innate immune cells produce cytokines. These cytokines act on the brain, and I will explain how. And the young person in this case gets very depressed. And Edward Bullmore has written at length about this in his very popular book, The Inflamed Mind. And there have been more publications from that team. But what Edward Bullmore says is sources of inflammation can come from autoimmune disease, from obesity, from physical trauma, from social stress. And all of these mechanisms seem to increase the cytokinin response in our bodies. And then these are the meta-analyses, some of which go back to 2009, showing that depression is associated with moderate but significantly increased blood cytokine levels, and that C-reactive proteins are elevated in acutely depressed patients and largely normalized after recovery. So I thought I'd draw your attention to this very recent study. It was published online in 2021. This is Carmine Pariante from the Institute, who, with his team, has looked at elevated C-reactive proteins in patients with depression, independently of genetic, health, and psychosocial factors, using data from the UK Biobank. And this is what Carmine Pariante said in a press release once his study was released. He said, "We know that patients with depression can have profound reactions in all aspects of the body. And this is to do with the stress response. So the activation of the immune system is present in depression, possibly because it's together there with other stress responses." And this is what the results of this particular study show, is that C-reactive proteins were higher in patients with depression than those with no depressive disorder. And this was true if one removed all the variable and confounding factors. So what are the hypothesized mechanisms? Again, this is a lovely review and a nice presentation of a model of inflammation, which I thought I would share with you. And this is a simplified way of showing what goes on, but basically you have stress or early life adversity causing peripheral inflammation. Pro-inflammatory cytokines are released. We have there TNF-alpha, interleukin-6, and then through a combination of mechanisms, humoral, cellular, neural, affect these cytokines affect the brain. We now know that the blood-brain barrier is not a fortress. It's permeable. It reacts to these influences. And we have microglial activation and then alterations in the serotonin metabolism, increased glutamate and excitotoxicity and oxidative stress. And all of these contribute then to the mood symptoms. So, here we are. Let me go on, if I can do it this way. So this is the mechanism that seems to be operating. These are all hypotheses at the moment, and there's much more detail there. In my slides, you will see some of the consequences of these processes in the brain. But before I finish today, I'd like to say a few words about childhood adversity and stress and inflammation, because this is very pertinent to our practice. So going back to early studies back in 2008, Andrea Danese and his team were able to establish that elevated inflammation levels were present in depressed adults who had a history of childhood maltreatment. And they did a lovely study where they looked at these inflammation factors and various other infection biomarkers. And they had three groups. They had a depressed-only group versus controls. They had maltreated-only group. And then they had the depressed and maltreated group, and you can see here how much these various markers were raised in those adults who had suffered early adverse events. And this is repeated later in 2005 by Valeria Mondelli's work. Again, this study was able to demonstrate how childhood trauma and adulthood inflammation were related. So this is a meta-analysis of peripheral C-reactive protein, interleukin-6, and tumor necrosis factor alpha. And again, this meta-analysis finds a significant association between childhood trauma and the inflammatory markers. So, and what is interesting, it would appear even at this stage that childhood traumatic events significantly impact on the inflammatory immune system with long-term effects. And there are other studies which show this. What the question was, well, when does this happen? When do these various adverse biological mechanisms embed themselves in following trauma? And it would seem that the consensus is that the embedding occurs quite early through inflammation processes in childhood. And again, we have here, I'll go back there for a moment. This is Andrea Danese again, demonstrating that embedding occurs quite early, because they looked at children's levels of some of these biomarkers. So in short, the depressed and maltreated adults seem to have enduring intertwined abnormalities in brain, and both in terms of their endocrine and immune functioning. And of course, there are nuances in all this. I'm sure my colleague, Professor Echlers, will give us some more insights into where this sort of research has got to. But people are very cautious not to make direct causal explanations in some of these situations, and why the research goes on. So what are my conclusions? Inflammation plays a key role in a proportion, and I stress here, a proportion of depressive disorders. So this is not a be-all and end-all explanation for all depressions, but it would seem, and we have this in the adult literature as well, that those cases and those children and young people who are resistant to treatment and who do not respond to antidepressants are more likely to be candidates for inflammatory theory explanations. But I want to finish today by saying that this stress-related elevation of inflammatory proteins following child maltreatment is very important for all of us child and adolescent practitioners because it points to biological embedding of childhood stress with long-term consequences well into adulthood. So thank you very much for your attention. And this is my email if you should like to get in touch with me, and my address at the Maudsley Hospital. So thank you. I will stop sharing.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Большое спасибо за интересную презентацию.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. You have spoken about a very interesting problem, very serious problem about reasons of depression in pediatric age, in child age. We know that depression and some somatic diseases such as myocardial infarction and hypertension and a lot of oncologies have some pathogenetic mechanisms in common with depression. And I think it's important to understand it because many problems that adults get faced with, they actually originate in child age. And we need to pay a lot of attention to this. If we have one or two questions, that we have some time to take these questions now. Any questions? If there are no questions, then let me introduce you to the next speaker. It's Yuri Stepanovich Shevchenko. Yuri Stepanovich is a professor chairing the Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Psychotherapy, and Medical Psychology of the Russian Academy of Postgraduate Education. He is chair in the Moscow branch of the Association of Child Psychiatrists and Psychologists in Russian Federation. The subject of this discussion is ADHD or acute mania differential diagnosis. Over to you, Yuri Stepanovich. I'm not sure if you can see my presentation already. Oh, you can see it. Okay. Yes, please proceed. Dear colleagues, as you know, every pathogenetic stage of development has its own level of neural psychological response, which tells us that for every stage we have dedicated disorders in a range, regardless of etiology and nature. There are neuropathical disorders and distinct behavioral disorders. Then in preschool and in school age, typical diseases are in movable or immovable syndromes, some tics and some movements and elective autistic symptoms, ADHD, attention deficiency, and later these symptoms are covering for other representations, psychogenic, entheogenic, and process. Moreover, there are symptoms that are common both for children and adults, hallucinations and others, and they have their own specificity in a certain age, and they determine a certain level of a neural response for children and adults. In adults, in his depression, or in case if he has maniac features, then he has ideatory component. Then for children and preschool age children, the leading component is the movable component, such as motor disorders or excessive activity. We have typical and atypical variants of maniac disorder that is called acute mania. Nulia and Mikhalenko are determined as acute mania. What's the facade of this syndrome? Psychomotoric, it might be difficult to tell it from movement disorders and hyperactivity and movement disorder, and they have organic nature. We have the following criteria to tell the difference between acute mania and hyperactivity disorder. And hyperactivity and attention deficiency sometimes is diagnosed by neurologists and psychiatrists, and it's mal-diagnosed. It might look like a psychopathic behavior in children and preschool children, and children are hyperactive and they don't have enough attention, and together with that they always have maniac or hypermaniac disorders, and sometimes you can mistakenly take them for just an active child or organic euphoria. And there is uneven distribution of these components. Psychomotor disorders can be there. Children are very active. They have a lot of excessive actions. They're impulsive in their actions. They're inobedient and they're showing anger. And usually they are shown it in inversion of effect, and it's combined with a lot of talking. They have a lot of monologue. Sometimes they lose their voice because a lot of monologues, and also they have a lot of associations, and they respond to any triggers well, and they have hyperattention. And we can never see it in ADHD because the core is dormant at this stage. Can be followed by, it can be present in those patients who don't have ability for bright imagination before or after the episode. And during the episode only they have this bright imagination. Now, there are some other sometimes children are behaving like clowns and they are not being serious for a long time. Sometimes children overestimate their capabilities and their opportunities, and they are suffering from mania and superiority complex, and sometimes they are being too optimistic and they don't have adequate reaction to failures and to reprimands. When it's combined with disorder, then he can be a threat to children around him, and people around him are in tension, and people can go crazy around children like this, and it forces us to reprimand these children up to physical reprimand and physical manipulations, to make sure that the child is obedient and stops being a hooligan, so to speak. As a result, we isolate these children from children, and it's inefficient because relatives get crazy. Then there are phases. They are conditioned by manias. We don't always see it. In a number of cases, we see daily fluctuations of psychiatric episodes with rage and fury in the morning, and then the child cannot be managed in the second half of the day. There's seasonality, and we can detect this seasonality when we have repeat episodes. But in the history of disease, we can always see that acute episodes begin at a similar time. The behavior changes and deteriorates at a certain time. The nature of behavior can be determined by effective and systematic depression stages, particularly in early childhood stage. The third criterion. We can see that there are sleep disorders. It's difficult to get to sleep for these children. They have very short, deep sleep, low appetite.
Recording in
children
progress.
are feeling. Children tolerate it well. Physical discomfort. They hardly feeling pain, and they are the ones who will not take coronavirus, and they do not feel adenovirus infections, which means that they have a very they have a high vitality, and sometimes they are higher in instincts, and they are more interested in sexual behaviors, and sometimes they are not angry but finer. In case of bipolar disease, then the same patient can change his behavior abruptly. He can be acting foolishly, and after that the kid starts being angry, and he's not wishing well to people around him and even to parents, and he's in affect. The fourth criteria, juveantibus, the proof of the nature of disease based on efficiency of the specific treatment. Psychiatric kind of manias, they are responding to sedative neuroleptics such as galoperidol. With galoperidol, psychomotoric behavior gets normal, and instinctively the child behaves normally, but usually it doesn't have any signs of pathological perverted affections. The patients whom we have seen, they had their aggression was not brutal, and they were making the self-stimulation, and they could not help it, and they can use swear words or they smoke, but usually it's transient, and it doesn't have any natural, any real addiction, and it's it doesn't they don't retain it in at an older age. Field behavior within the reaction of their grouping with their peers, and they wander around construction sites or attics, and it reminds us of drama mania. They're seeking for adventure. Oftentimes, these children are prescribed with neuroleptil, but it's not needed here. Next, our experience has shown that lengthy galoperidol can switch patients to depression, and it's followed by other symptoms, some fears and anxiety and paranoia and other disorders, and it's hard to they're not seen during mania, especially when the disease hasn't been there for a long time. An optimal combination is neuroleptic, anazapine, carambitazole with lithium or carbamazepine. It helps stabilize the condition, and it prevents repetitive episodes or relapses. Smaller neuroleptics that are prescribed by our peers, they only calm down the child a little bit, but they will not stop endogenic process. But neurotropes and psychostimulators, in case of maltreatment and maldiagnosis, can provoke psychic disorder. And other criteria for mania, whether it could be inherited. The diseases can be inherited, and they can be tracked down in mother's line usually, and schizophrenia can be inherited from fathers. Heteronomous actual behavior may be confused with character features, and patients keep on suffering from subjective sensation that they are weird, that they are not normal among other people. So they have distorted senses without any negative attention. Previously, I was very different. I was very calm in the past, one of the patients said. The other patient says, in my head, I have some curls in my head. Positive diagnostics of acute mania. There also can be negative diagnostics that will not tell these symptoms from other diseases. These patients do not have symptoms, residual organic symptoms and they will not have symptoms of psychoorganic disorders. However, neurologically are of minimal brain dysfunction, and in perinatal acuteness in medical history. So mania is covering for these signs. And first of all, it covers intellectual sphere. Many children are not that productive. Their performance is lower, but it's not because of impairment in memory and because of fatigue, but it's lower. Their performance is lower because they have a lot of associations and they easier switch from one task to another very easily. They don't have inertia of thinking. They are failing to show high productivity in one task only, and they have autistic activity, but it's easy for them to remember information, and they have bright conclusions, and they are interested in many things, and they are tireless. Even in case of specific negative cases in schizophrenia and in minor thinking disorders, the process of organized intellectual work usually helps here. Productivity of these children is obviously going down. As a result of medical treatment, children are responding to this treatment, and they are responding well. And a neuroleptic can be prescribed here, and neurospiridol. In morbid sacral intelligence and difficulties in behavior, children argue with teachers. They are not following the curriculum at school, and they are excessively funny, and they're having fun, and they're joyful. Sometimes these children seem to be smarter than their peers, and their psychological life is much more rich compared to their peers. Their academic performance is easy because it's easy for them to establish informal contacts, and they are easily responding, and it's perceived as activity, and some people perceive it as a social ability. Oftentimes, the children are talked to administration, and oftentimes parents are recommended to take these children to top grades because they are top of their class. Acute mania can last for a few years or longer, but then it's usually finished, and children get back to pre-morbid condition, and they stop having episodes of schizophrenia, or children switch to schizophrenic defects, and they keep on suffering from this disease. In pubertate age and adolescent age at 11 or 14 years of age, children keep on having anxiety, and they are very active, and they have behavior disorders. They like getting engaged into fights, and they have no distance to adults, and they are engaged in sexual behaviors. It's connected with thinking disorders, and it increases other problems. And what can prevent it is only timely diagnostics and adequate therapy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Yuri Stepanovich. A lot of interesting information in your presentation. Do our colleagues have questions? Is anyone willing to ask a question? Still no questions. Professor Milan.
Microphone.
You are muted.
Hello, hi, and welcome back. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Professor Anke Echlers is an authority in her field. She is the Wellcome Trust Principal Research Fellow and Professor of Experimental Psychopathology at the Oxford Centre for Anxiety Disorders and Trauma of the Department of Experimental Psychology, University of Oxford. And she will be talking to us today about treating post-traumatic stress disorder effectively and efficiently. Welcome, Professor Ehlers.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. Let me just share my PowerPoint. I hope this comes up now and you can see it properly. We already talked a little bit about, in an earlier presentation, about the enormous impact adversity or traumatic events can have on people's and also children's and adolescents' life. And my focus will be on psychological approaches to explaining why post-traumatic stress disorder comes about and how we can treat it. First of all, let me start with a few considerations about the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is very much a disorder where the definition, the diagnostic criteria are still evolving. And we can see that in a recent divergence in how the American Psychiatric Association and the World Health Organization try to capture the essence of post-traumatic stress disorder in their criteria. Where there is agreement is that post-traumatic stress disorder is a disorder that develops in response to one or more traumatic events, and we understand trauma define it quite strictly. Against the variations in the definition, but I think what is really at the core is usually an immediate threat to the life or the physical integrity of oneself or other people. And that, I think, spans across quite a lot of different events, such as interpersonal violence, accidents of all types, but also more domestic violence, for instance, as an example of a more repeated experience, but then also can involve trauma encountered in professions such as being an emergency worker or more recently a doctor in A&E or in the emergency services during the COVID pandemic. I think the main group of symptoms that really stands out that we want to treat when we have somebody with post-traumatic stress disorder, both children and adults, are the re-experiencing symptoms. And these are quite very interesting memory phenomena where parts of the trauma come back in a very vivid and distressing way, usually short moments from the trauma or in a full flashback, really feeling as if one is fully in the event itself. Dreams or only the physical and emotional reactions somebody had during the trauma. And in adults, we would ask people about these experiences, and with most children, we can still do that. And it is really important to ask directly. Earlier studies found that if you only ask the parents, you underestimate the probability of post-traumatic stress disorder, because parents are usually quite worried about upsetting the child, so they may actually miss that the child is having intrusive memories and dreams. And in young children, it can also, behavioral observations are important in that they may reenact parts of the trauma in their play. If people or children have these re-experiencing symptoms, it's very understandable that they may develop quite a profound avoidance behavior of any reminders of the event. And they will also be kind of on edge and often hyper-aroused. They can't sleep well, or they're easily started, and kind of live as if another threat is impending soon. In addition, I said there was a discrepancy about how the diagnostic systems developed. The American system, DSM-5, emphasizes negative changes in cognitions and mood, feeling very depressed very often as well, loss of interest, but negative beliefs about themselves, like they are to blame for the trauma, or like bad people in general. ICD-11 has suggested to divide the core symptoms of PTSD from the more the pattern of symptoms that often it develops after repeated or very prolonged trauma in a separate diagnosis of complex PTSD that involves problems with affect regulation or feeling the self as diminished, which overlaps, of course, with what we just said about DSM, changes in cognition, feeling quite worthless often, and also difficulties in sustaining relationships. Overall, I think all these symptoms belong together. So in DSM, it's all lumped into one diagnosis, but in ICD is now suggesting to introduce complex PTSD, which may lead to very important new insights as well. So we'll have to watch the space. Another aspect I wanted to highlight about post-traumatic stress disorder is that there is a lot of natural recovery, and we have to bear that in mind when we treat people. As this is data on adults, but in children, the curves might even be steeper according to some data. So really, regardless of the type of trauma, you see a steep recovery of even if children or adults have the full-blown symptoms of PTSD soon after trauma. There's a good chance, like 25 to 40%, that they will recover without treatment in the first year, and there's continued recovery after. The exception is war-related trauma, which is usually, of course, also more prolonged and affects all areas of life. What do we know about psychological treatments and medication for post-traumatic stress disorder? And I have highlighted here two results from two meta-analyses. One is from the late 1990s and one more recent one. And first of all, wanted to highlight here, waiting, not doing anything, also is associated with modest improvement on average, which speaks to the natural recovery I just talked about. So any effects of treatment, we always have to compare about how well would the child or the adult be after just waiting for a while. And here are the results for cognitive behavior therapy. And what I want to highlight here is that we have observed an increase in the efficacy of this cognitive behavior treatments that people use. And I will talk about this more in this talk and focus on this. But then also maybe just mention, because we'll come to the clinical guidance in a minute, that initially the effects of medication, the SSRIs, have some effect in PTSD. Initially, when we were expecting it to be a large effect, but overall there was some publication bias, and now on average the medication effects are smaller than the effects of psychological treatments in post-traumatic stress disorder, both in children and adults. Let me say a few words about how this progress was made. How did we as a field, and I give you an example from our own group, how did we make progress in making the cognitive behavioral treatments more effective? First of all, I would want to highlight that I think that a lot of research has been done to understand the underlying processes of these re-experiencing symptoms that are so characteristic of the disorder and make the person feel as if the trauma is happening now very often, whether it's a full-blown flashback or whether it's just a moment that comes back into their mind in a very distressing and vivid way. And targeting the features of the memory in treatment has helped us to make the treatments more efficacious, but also to really get them to improve more quickly. Secondly, a lot of prospective studies have been conducted where we and others have followed people who were assessed initially shortly after trauma. So, for instance, recruited from the accident and emergency departments after an assault or after a traffic accident, and following them up for a year and trying to find baseline predictors of post-traumatic stress disorder. And the two examples that we found are that negative appraisals of the trauma that go beyond what everybody finds horrific about the event are a very good predictor. So examples would be similar to what I just mentioned, people generalizing from the experience. Oh, this happened to me because I'm a bad person, or the fact that I was assaulted once means I'm going to be assaulted again. So a sense of threat. And also the ruminating about the trauma. Why did it happen to me? What could I have done differently? Is a very good predictor that we can pick up early on to predict PTSD. And also it becomes a treatment and targeted. And finally, there were some predictors that showed that we can improve the acceptability of a treatment if we pay attention to differences in the way the person processed the trauma. So, for instance, in interpersonal trauma, we can observe in some people, especially if it's a prolonged interpersonal trauma, that if that happens, that there may come a moment where the person feels completely defeated mentally, not that they can't do anything about the situation. Helplessness is there in all trauma, but there's this kind of sense, I'm giving up, I don't want to live anymore, I'm totally at the mercy of the situation or the perpetrator. Is both a predictor of PTSD, but also was a predictor of poor outcome to exposure therapy. Just repeatedly going over this experience didn't help. So we needed to develop specific strategies to deal with, to prepare people for the work on the trauma memory. And this is just an illustration here of how we conceptualize post-traumatic stress disorder from a psychological perspective on the basis of this finding. It's also then a treatment, drives treatment. People with post-traumatic stress disorder have this re-experiencing symptoms and hyper symptoms and strong emotions such as anger, fear, sadness, or feeling guilty or ashamed. And these are accompanied by really a sense of the current threat. And they are both driven by the memory features that mean that if matching triggers are present, then intrusive re-experiencing is triggered, or these negative appraisals of the trauma as consequences, and that the system gets stuck. People get into a kind of stuck system where they can't move forward because they use quite a lot of strategies to control the symptoms, and which makes sense because it in the short term may make them feel better, such as the rumination or the safety behaviors where they are, or the avoidance, but they get stuck in the system because these either make the symptoms worse or prevent a change in the memory and the negative appraisals. And this is corroborated by empirical evidence. Here's, for instance, a prospective study of trauma survivors we recruited from an emergency department, and you will see it's too complicated to explain the whole picture, but it's basically everything that you saw in the model now measured. And what we can see here, sorry, I can't move the pictures on my screen. Let's see if I can do that. The persistent PTSD symptoms can be predicted quite accurately by measuring the factors in this model, and we explain 52% of the variance at 6 months. So this, as I already said, and I will go more into detail in the workshop tomorrow, this can then be used in therapy to address these different factors in what we call one of the cognitive behavior treatments, cognitive therapy for PTSD, which tailors the treatment to the individual. I don't have enough time to go into much detail today, but I want to show you the kind of results we get with this treatment and with other of these more advanced cognitive behavior treatments in PTSD. If you look at the black line, this is a randomized controlled trial, and people allocated to wait list basically showed very little improvement. People who received this behavioral treatment, cognitive therapy, showed a very large improvement, as you can see here, and this is follow-up, didn't then, the effects were maintained. And this was better than an equally credible other psychological therapy, supportive therapy. Finally, we could also get the same clinical benefit if we delivered the treatment over a much shorter period, over 7 working days. And that if you're interested to read more or watch some videos, we have a resources website for therapists called oxcar.resources, where you can find more information. But let me now draw after giving you this brief example, I wanted to now paint a wider picture. So this is an example of a trauma-focused CBT treatment that has was informed by the research. There are other programs that I have listed here that have good evidence for them, and there are different versions of trauma-focused cognitive behavior treatment. There's also a treatment called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which also overlaps in components with these other treatments. And generally, the research has shown that the trauma-focused treatments work better than non-trauma-focused treatment. And I showed you the example of supportive therapy in the slide. And it also is reassuring or makes sense that these effective treatments share a lot of treatment components like psychoeducation, working on these appraisals, personal meanings, the memories, that they have some degree of engaging the child or the adult with the trauma memory, and then put it in the past by different treatment procedures. Also that they are really dealing with a whole range of emotions, not just fear. And this is, here's a paper where different treatment developers got together to really have the treatments in terms of these components, if you're interested. The treatment, there's various guidelines on the treatment of PTSD in adults and children that have looked at the whole body of evidence and tried to give a recommendation from various meta-analysis. And the reassuring thing I think is about this is that they agree very much. So overall, and I've given you the example here of the UK guidelines. The National Institute for Care and Clinical Excellence regularly updates the guidelines for clinical practice. And this is what they say about children and adolescents with PTSD. So unsurprisingly, from what I just said about the natural recovery, the recommendation is to not necessarily intervene in the first month after trauma, but actively monitor the child. So make sure they are booked in for a follow-up assessment to see whether their symptoms are declining naturally or whether they need treatment. And if it looks like the symptoms are very high in the first month, also treatment can be offered, but otherwise wait and see whether they get better on their own. Then once the PTSD is a bit more chronic, a course of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy for children as young as 5 years old, and based on one of the validated manuals for children, is recommended, or for slightly older children, the EMDR as an alternative if they did not respond to or engage with trauma-focused CBT. And also importantly, and this is quite a strong recommendations, and interested to hear what your thoughts are on this, that the evidence in children under 18 years for medication is very weak. So they actually actively say do not offer drug treatment for children and young people under 18 years. So go for one of these first-line psychological therapies. Here's an example of a recent meta-analysis published in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry in 2020. It also included a cost effectiveness, and they looked at a particular type of meta-analysis called network meta-analysis, where comparison, the advantage of that is you can statistically even make inferences about conditions where no direct comparison was available in literature, but by the whole network, they can do reasonable statistical estimates. And again, not surprisingly, this found a similar pattern, that the cognitive behavioral treatments that are trauma-focused have large effects, but they also pointed out that there is variation in the effect sizes observed. So the cognitive therapy approach that I only briefly could describe to you here got the highest ratings, and another more behavioral treatment program from Cohen's group in the States had overall the somewhat lower effect sizes, but one has to obviously say there is more studies of this treatment, so one can't fully compare these numbers, but there is a range in effects that I think would at least be worthwhile to explore. Why is that the case? To find the mechanisms of some treatments working better than others. In children, the EMDR is less effective. Overall, he was found here as well. So, similar to what the NICE guideline said, use it as a second-line treatment. But if the others, there's no engagement with the others, and then a whole range of other treatments like supportive therapy, parent training, family therapy had inconclusive results of whether they were better than waitlist. And the cognitive therapy in line with these results was also the most cost-effective, followed by narrative exposure therapy. One question that the researchers and clinicians are aware of is that if you treat a child or even an adolescent, you may run into difficulties because the parents have a lot of influence in whether the children can do the assignments, for instance, that they do in treatment. And there is some general recommendations about this. Obviously, we are assuming now that the parent is not the perpetrator and is a supportive person in the child's life, but they can successfully be involved in treatment by helping the child to overcome avoidance, helping them reclaim their life, so socialize again with other children, go back to sports activities or their other favorite activities, and so on. They can also help them with providing general support or help them engage more with other friends and other social groups. And they can help with the interpretation of their symptoms. Many children and adults get very worried that something's wrong with them, that they might be going mad, that the symptoms mean that something bad is going to happen. And the parents can help normalize this experience and also other appraisals. But we also have to, and there's some research about that, about parental factors that can interfere with the child's adjustment to a trauma. And for instance, if the parent was in this same event, they might also have PTSD, or even that child having had a trauma may give parents PTSD that then may affect the child in turn. So we have to look out for that. The parent may have beliefs about that the child is still at threat in some way. Let's say if it was a physical event, they had a head injury, so that the same thing might happen again and the child might die. They might also feel that there is no hope, there's a permanent change in the child's behavior and the physical condition. So that this might be interfering with the child's adaptation, and also coping behaviors such as being overprotective or avoiding to talk about the trauma at all costs may interfere with the child's recovery. finally, let me come to the last point that I wanted to make. Face-to-face therapy is the standard way of delivering cognitive behavioral treatment, but that is is quite an effort for both the child and the family to attend sessions, but also then for the therapist in terms of being time consuming. So there's quite a lot of recent work about whether we can treat PTSD and other disorders more efficiently by doing some of the treatment via the internet, and that may make it more accessible, may also reduce stigma, and obviously might be also save time for the therapist so that they can treat more patients in the same time. And there's some data showing that this can be helpful. For instance, recent meta-analysis done by Cochrane showed superior effects of cognitive behavioral treatments that were internet-based but the effect sizes overall were not in the same range that we just saw in the meta-analysis for face-to-face treatment. So that's something our group is working on as well. So we have now got an internet-delivered version of the cognitive therapy treatment that I briefly mentioned, one for adults and also one for children that we are studying in trials at the moment. The idea is that we can bring a lot of the content of the treatment into videos or also instructions that are given by modules via the internet. And we can even simulate some of the treatment procedure. So for instance, when we're working with triggers, we can upload media onto the page and then do the patient themselves, or with either alone or with guidance of the parent or the therapist, can work on the triggers and do what we call the then versus now discrimination to reduce the re-experiencing. And this shows very promising results in a pilot study. I don't quite think that will hold up fully in the trial, but we had a very high effect size that was exactly the same as we would expect in the face-to-face treatment, so which is really encouraging. And in this pilot study, 80% recovered. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ehlers, for this really expert and up-to-date review of your work, and we are most grateful. May I invite any questions from the audience at this point? Can I use the chair's or co-chair's prerogative and ask you, with this natural, Kessler's work and natural recovery, and then the NICE guidelines sort of juxtaposed with that, what is your clinical experience about, should one talk to children immediately after the trauma, especially if there are acute traumas, and how one should manage that monitoring period, between the actual trauma and doing something about it more clinically?
Yeah, that is a very good question, because naturally parents or even professionals might be quite worried about making things worse. And we have the data from the early debriefing literature that shows actually forcing people to talk too early might actually either do nothing or might have some harmful effects. So I think in the early days after trauma, I think there would be a lot of emphasis, assuming that the child is safe now, a lot of emphasis on really increasing the child's awareness that life is going back to normal. They can do the things they couldn't do before, and they are safe, and the parents are looking after them, and so on. So I think in the very first days, I think that would be the important thing, and comfort them if they then wake up in the night with nightmares and so on. So without much probing, to really give the natural recovery a good chance. But then when it comes to closer to like 1 month or so, then it might then there might be the decision point: should we now go and get help? And then it may be really very helpful to just gently kind of probe whether they have bad dreams or bad memories of the trauma that they find distressing, and then again paired with like the focus of the year now is all over now and it's getting back to normal, and they can do the things they might now be afraid of. Help them overcome the avoidance. But I wouldn't really in the first days push that so much, because I think there is a lot to say about the brain kind of coming to terms with it and letting it run its course. And this is extrapolation and not very well based by evidence, but that seems like, for me, a sensible approach from what we know about the disorder.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, please? If not, we look forward to your workshop tomorrow, Professor Ehlers. Can you just remind us when is the workshop, so that those interested could
yes, join? I know it's in Hall 3 and it's 8 a.m. UK time, so it must be 10 a.m. Moscow time, I think.
That sounds right. Yes. Well, thank you very much, and for all of you who are interested in finding out a bit more and how to do it, if I can put it that way, please join Professor Ehlers. Thank you very much. I will pass the proceedings back to Professor Neznanov.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is the role of nutrition in preserving the health of the nation. Here we have a whole team. Professor Tatiana Borovik, head of the Laboratory of Nutrition and Healthy and Sick Child, chief researcher of the Russian National Medical Research Center of the Child Health. Then Dr. Vera Skvartsova, she works at the same center, and Tatiana Bushueva, leading researcher of the same center as well. Center for National Medical Research Center for Child Health and the Ministry of Health and Russian Federation. Who's speaking? Tatiana is going to speak. Thank you very much, colleagues. We're very grateful for the opportunity to take part in this conference. Just a few words before we have the slides. I wanted to tell you a few words about our center. Our center is a large pediatric facility. In 1 year, we might have up to 100,000 patients, including the diseases that you are talking about. Children with autistic disorders and with a perinatal disorder of perinatal neural system. And today we wanted to speak about the role of nutrition in their rehabilitation. Are you going to show the presentation? No, we gave our presentation to you. You want me to share the presentation? We can open it ourselves. Please share the presentation yourselves. But please demonstrate it for the full screen. Dear colleagues, I would like to begin our presentation with the words of our teacher of academician Pokrovsky. It's a well-known nutritionist who said that the person gets born for life, and life is very important. And nutrition is very important at every stage of development of a child. And we can see that if it's adequately done, then it can be done optimally. Nutrition is important in terms of the condition of the child and prevention of infectious diseases. If nutrition is inadequate, then these diseases might take place. Inadequate nutrition might lead to death of children, but usually it's related to big problems with starving, with different troubles such as war or floods, or a diet can from the first days of life might lead to death in post-birth time, and it might be related to different pathologies that were maldiagnosed or not diagnosed at all. And also it depends on psychological condition of the child. And nutrition is very important in terms of psychomotor and intellectual development and social adaptation. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I have a colleague with me. It's Tatiana Bushova. She's a nutritionist and she majors also in genetics. She helped me prepare this presentation, and in case if we have questions, she will help me answer questions. So nutrition can be split into rational diet in case if the baby is born without problems, it has good health, and we need to ensure a normal future for this child. We need to provide nutrition in a rational way. I wanted to show you our achievements. We're proud to show them. It's methodological guidelines on nutrition for children during the first year of life and from 1 year to 3 years of life. These are our guidelines produced by us, and they were approved by the Russian Ministry of Healthcare in 2019. In these documents, we are explaining in detail what are the approaches and what are the requirements to baby nutrition for healthy children and not healthy children as well. In case if children have some disabilities, then there is a lot of literature about it as well. We are working in a scientific center. We are studying these cases, and we are prescribing some nutrition to the children. And we have a book that's called Clinical Dietology for Children. It had a lot of interest among doctors, and there are separate brochures that you can see here. Treatment and nutrition for children with disabilities, and it can be used in work for our doctors. The role of nutrition in health of children and prevention of non-infectious diseases. Now we know. Previously it was just theory, but now it's a concept that's evidence-based. Many diseases that adults are suffering from, particularly infectious and non-infectious diseases, are originating from youth, the first 1,000 days of life, from inception till the first year of life. This is the window of opportunities for prevention of diseases, and here epigenetics. One of epigenetic factors is nutrition. Nutrition plays a huge role here. It works through metabolic programming. We can ensure optimal growth for the child. We can reduce the risk of a lot of infectious diseases, such as metabolic disorders and even oncology diseases. We can prevent them. We can prevent schizophrenia through proper nutrition, which is a great factor. We can help a child ensure and shape good cognitive functions, adaptive cognitive functions that will lead to high intellectual development, and intellectual development will help increase the level of education, and high level of education will lead to the fact that the person will find a good job and will be quite good revenue and income in his life. Now, psychiatrists and psychologists would like to remind you that the baby is born with a certain genetic program, with a genetic potential, but through socioeconomic factors or through diet, we can impact this potential. Since we are experts in nutrition science, we would like to dwell upon this. What questions we have? What nutrients are impacting development of brain? All nutrients, everything that people receive with food, macronutrients and micronutrients. There are some critical nutrients that are very important in development of brain, and we can see that these nutrients are they are dependent on the dose and on the time. What are these nutrients? adequate consumption of protein that's easy to digest, timely consumption, both for pregnant ladies and for children. It's important to take micronutrients such as iron, iodine, zinc, vitamin A, and we can tell a long story about every nutrient, but every nutrient separately and all nutrients together play a huge role in development of human brain. In case if there is a deficiency of one component or a few components, then we will fail to achieve the goals, so which is to shape a normal health for the child. In order to for the child to develop optimally, first of all, for neural and psychological development, the baby should have adequate diet from the first day, breastfeeding if possible, artificial baby food. There are a lot of baby foods right now that are rich with components that I have just mentioned. And cow milk is not necessary anymore because in our country long ago children were fed with cow milk. It's not relevant anymore. It's not used for as baby food anymore. It's not used as replacement for mother's milk or breast milk. And also, first food, first diet, it must be rich with these nutrients as well. So at every stage, a baby must receive adequate diet. Breastfeeding, we can talk about breastfeeding for a long time, but let me say just a few words about breastfeeding. This is a unique product. It was created by nature itself. It contains more than 500 different components, maybe even more than 500 components. Every day we learn more information about the composition of breast milk, mother's breast milk, but now it's considered not from the standpoint that it's food, just food for the baby, and it delivers important nutrients for the baby, but also breast milk, mother's breast milk is also an important a factor of postnatal programming of health of the child. So it's very important. These are well-known things, and this audience knows it for sure. Still, I wanted to repeat that components of breastfeed impact expression of genes. They don't change nucleotide successions, but they can change phenotype and they can change our predispositions to diseases. In case if there is some genetic predisposition to a certain disease, with the help of breast milk, these genes can be either blocked or activated. The normal genes can be activated with the help of a proper diet. And breastfeeding is absolutely necessary for normally born children or prematurely born children. And the benefit here is that the baby receives milk and he contacts with his mom, and there is a psychological and physiological connection between mother and child. In this case, the baby will be more socially adaptable and they will become better parents in the future. Now, a little bit about diet in children with specificities of development. And first of all, wanted to say a few words about prematurely born children. Starting from 2012, we switched to different criteria of children's birth. Just like all over the world, newborn babies are babies that were born from the 22 weeks with a body mass starting from 500 grams. 5 to 7% of babies are born exactly with 5 grams body mass and starting from 22 weeks. We know and we see, and the story shows that these children have high adaptation capabilities in their brain, and we notice that those individuals who have incurred neonatal brain traumas, they still can get adapted so much in terms of their psychological and neural adaptation. They are no different from the children who were born healthy without any problems. So prematurely born baby, what I want to do with him, he needs more energy because he under-received this energy inside his mother. He needs more protein and he has limited opportunity in digestion and in absorption of these proteins. How do we feed these babies? We should feed them cautiously, carefully, and maybe some things should not be given to them in order not to cause a disbalance in their condition, in their gastrointestinal system. If we underfeed this baby, then there's a high risk of neurological disorders and reduced intelligence. And if we feed the baby properly enough, then we can actively shape all organs of this baby. It will shape baby's brain, but there's a risk of metabolic syndrome. There is a risk, but maybe the risk of metabolic syndrome will not actually come about. So our approach is as follows. Prematurely born children must be fed adequately, and they must be fed properly, and metabolic disorders are less important rather than the other problems. There's an interesting article on prematurely born children. It shows that if we start feeding the baby early, I mean breastfeeding, if we start it early, if we choose adequate amount by kilocalories and protein, then quite quickly, in 18 months, this baby will respond positively. And we know that intellectual development is usually registered on Bailey scale, and those children who were adequately and were fed with the calculation of their kilocalories and protein per 1 kilo of their mass, then they will develop faster than other children. This slide, we love it very much because it actively demonstrates the following thing. Weight gain, there is a reduction in disability and dementia in children in case if the baby is fed properly. If the baby is fed in accordance with his weight, then his brain will develop properly in accordance with the schedule, and it will reduce the chances for children's paralysis. We have children with autistic disorder, and the prevalence of this disease is quite high. And many people believe that it's even an epidemic, but our colleagues, psychiatrists, don't think it's an epidemic. They believe that it's an improved diagnostics of this disease. This is what's at play here. And recently, a lot of attention has been paid to children around 3 years old, and these children are surveyed properly, and the disease is diagnosed properly. Being dietitians, we know that a lot of parents, both in Russia and in other countries, this is the data of American Academy of Autism. They say that that parents are making some tricks and use different opportunities in order to reduce the amount of medication the baby is taking. They're trying to find another remedy, another way of treatment to improve the condition of the baby. And you can see that there's a high percentage of efficiency. And we questioned a lot of parents, and a lot of parents say that this diet helped us, the other diet helped us. There are different kinds of diets, but there's no diet that would be completely self-sustaining. But we are applying different diets for children with different indications for that. For instance, if children are allergic to gluten, there's a very trendy diet, a diet without gluten. Of course, eat a pathogenetic diet if children are intolerable to protein of cow milk. And in case of autistic disorder, then treatment must be used, medications must be applied here. It's obviously that there are a lot of medications available to treat this disease, and we agree with the data of American Academy of Pediatrics. They're saying that no gluten, no casein diets are not impacting anyhow autistic disorders. So we must prove to parents that actually they need to use evidence-based treatment only, and sometimes these remedies are not efficient, such as gluten-free or casein-free diet. Also, wanted to mention children with cerebral paralysis in children. Wanted to say that this is the majority of children. It's the first cause of disability in children. The prevalence is quite high. This is our data. Per 1,000 newborn babies, there are 2 cases of cerebral paralysis. When the baby is suffering from cerebral paralysis, then his condition might deteriorate very fast, and they have motor dysfunctions, and they have protein insufficiency. But the child must keep on developing and keep on growing, because children have the need to grow, and they must overcome their disease as well. Our center is developing different methodologies to combat this disease, and we're widely using the methodology that is called the new method, maybe for our colleagues. Maybe they haven't heard about this. We're introducing it is feeding through low-profile gastrostoma. We are feeding a lot of proteins to these children. It has positive results, and children start gaining weight, and they have reduced symptoms of not enough food, and they don't suffer from respiratory diseases so much, and they have a better vegetation potential, and vitality is improving both for the child and for his family. And also wanted to say about impaired metabolism disorder, inherited metabolism disorder. My colleague is working with this for a lot. We have 2 diseases here on this list. All these diseases are quite actively being diagnosed in our center, and we're providing dietological help to these children with these diseases. You know the origin of these diseases? They are either connected to a reduction or a lack of a number of ferments that take part in metabolism. It might be connected with amino acids, or with fat, or with carbohydrates. But the most important thing, in case if it's diagnosed at a later stage, then unfortunately many children develop neural disorders and psychiatric disorders. Phenylketonuria, it was hardly diagnosed some time ago, and children were suffering from debility or they could become imbeciles. Or it might seem like it's just orphanic diseases, so 1 in every 50,000 and 1 in every 30,000. But if these nosologies are put together, then as a result, 2 to 3% of the population of the planet are suffering from these pathologies, and it accounts to a lot of people. What are we to do with these diseases? The majority of them require dietary treatment. During the past 30 or 40 years, we have developed in different guidelines and diet recommendations, and the most important thing is we need to reduce or exclude that food substrate that the baby is not receiving on the one hand, but on the other hand, since we are excluding one thing, we need to balance it with something else. In order to do that, we are using specialized products, and we are proud to say that in our research center of pediatric health, together with local producers, Infoprim, it's a local manufacturer, we have developed metabolic portfolio that has 36 products for 8 most prevalent diseases. And all these foods are on the list of specialized treatment for disabled children that have been approved by the government. Every year, this list of diseases is reconsidered and upgraded, and these children receive this diet for free. There have been done numerous studies, and our colleagues are doing numerous studies, and they show high efficiency of these products. And efficiency often depends on whether we diagnose the disease timely, whether parents are compliant to treatment, whether the patient is compliant to treatment. And of course, we need systematic control and timely correction, timely adjustment of the diet. And in conclusion of our presentation, we would like to introduce you to a baby. The diagnosis was, he was diagnosed after a natal screening, but at an early stage, still the baby was prescribed with a lactose-free diet, our local lactose-free diet. We're proud of it. And here we can see this baby at 1.5 years old. And here you can see a lady who's graduating from school. She has a normal physical condition, and psychological condition is also normal. Thank you very much for your attention. And in conclusion, we wanted to make a quote. Healthy diet is a way to great knowledge and great condition. Thank you very much, Tatiana Eduardovna. Thank you for this emotional presentation. I really hope that we will have questions. Do we have questions, those who are taking part in our symposium? While people are thinking, if I may, while I'm still chairing, I wanted to ask a question. A lot of researchers, and among them those who work in psychiatry and psychiatric disorders, they are talking about microbiota a lot. And the impact of microbiota. What's your view? What's the impact of microbiota on development of different psychological diseases? Primarily, we're speaking about depression because we had a presentation on this subject today. And the role of correctors such as probiotics and prebiotics in shaping the emotional condition and emotional status in children. Well, you're not working with adults, so let's speak about children. Dear colleagues, let me try to answer this question on behalf of all the co-authors of our work. It's a very interesting theory. It takes up a lot of time by many scientists and scholars in many countries of the world. We are at an infant stage in this problem, but in this connection, I wanted to emphasize the following. Breastfeeding is particularly important because we are often faced with situations that children are born different ways, and they have different microbiota in their intestines, in their GI system, and it will impact their health condition, and it will impact their psychological status. And those children who are breastfed from their birth, even in case if they're fed with something else as well, then they receive much more opportunities to enrich their microbiota, the microbiota of their intestines, compared to those children who are on artificial feeding. We know that a lot of producers of baby food, adapted baby food, they start enriching their mixtures, their baby food, with different probiotics, with proven efficiency and safe probiotics, of course. And they're doing it exactly with the purpose to normalize and to diverse microbiota of babies' intestines. This theory is very widespread. We can't say about results of our own studies, but indeed, in case if the baby has some difficulties in their development, in their food, in their diet, and it oftentimes happens in children of our patients with autistic disorders. Naturally, parents start screening their children in different clinics and different areas, and usually they take a test for um, these bacteria contents in their GI system. In this case, we use some probiotics with proven efficacy and efficiency. I can't say whether it's a good treatment, whether it really is a savior, or I can't say that, but in case if there's an indication in the baby to use it, if the baby is intolerable to some foods, to some products, then we prescribe a diet. And Tatiana Eduardovna has just mentioned some of these diets, and it will help significantly with microbiota as well. Microbiota condition really depends on diet. Thank you very much, Tatiana Vladimirovna. Do we have more questions? No more questions. Okay. If you don't mind, I will invite the next speaker as well.
Please do.
Okay. Следующее заключительное.
So the next and the concluding presentation is going to be done by Professor Igor Makarov. Professor Makarov is head of the Department of Child Psychiatry in the Bekhterev National Research Center for Psychiatry and Neurology of the Ministry of Health of Russia. He's a chief psychiatrist in the Ministry of Healthcare of Russia in Northwest Federal District. He's going to speak about problems and prospects of child psychiatry. Igor Vladimirovich, over to you. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to take part in the conference. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome the Professor Gordana Milavich. I'm very happy to see you. I have seen many of her works, so it was a great pleasure for me to see you here. Dear colleagues, my presentation refers to problems and perspectives of child psychiatry in Russian Federation. Foreign colleagues present here, you can decide for yourselves whether these problems can be extrapolated to, let's say, the UK, Serbia, or other countries. The first thing that I wanted to mention, child psychiatry as a specialty, as a job. In 1995, in Russia, there was a job existent in Russia, child psychiatry. It was separate from adult psychiatry. In 1995, there was a decision by the Ministry of Healthcare. This job was liquidated, and we only preserved just psychiatry, both for adults and for children. In the next few years, the analysis showed that it was a wrong decision to make. And in 2001, there was held a meeting with the Ministry of Healthcare of Russia. During this meeting, there was made a decision to recover these jobs, such as child psychiatry. But this decision, for some reasons that I don't know, was never implemented. And even today, this document is archived, and this job is still non-existent. There are just experts in psychiatry, but there is no child psychiatry. But we have child psychiatrists and adolescent psychiatrists, and we have chief experts, chief doctors in psychiatry responsible for adolescents and it's for children. One of the problems that we get faced with is sometimes the diagnosis, psychiatric diagnosis, is not provided to parents or to the one who is caring for the child. According to the law in Russian Federation, we can say that representative of the child does have the right to know what is happening to the child, and the adult has the right to know what's his psychiatric condition as well. But now it happens in such a way that mother or father or representative of the child, when he is seeking psychiatric healthcare help for the child would hear from the psychiatrist the following, that the diagnosis of your child is a confidential information. We cannot disclose information about diagnosis of your child, even despite the fact that you are his parent. It's difficult to imagine emotions of parents at this point in time. And here you can see articles of the law on psychiatric healthcare help in the Russian Federation. It was signed in 1993 and approved by the State Duma. And here you can see that in article number 9, we can see that there is confidentiality. But the same article says that legal representative of the child, legal representative of the patient, does have the right to know the diagnosis, psychiatric diagnosis as well. And I wouldn't like to take up too much time listing all the articles. You can see these articles on the slide, and I'm sure that you can have these slides later on and you can have a look at these articles. Next, there is another law in Russian Federation about the basis of healthcare and health of people in the Russian Federation. Psychiatrist, child psychiatrist is obliged to let know parents of the child the diagnosis of the child. I believe that it's very strange when in a psychiatric clinic or dispensary or daycare clinic, legal representative of the child, such as parents, do not receive the diagnosis for the reason that the diagnosis is confidential. This is a violation in law. And when I consulted with Solicitor's Chamber in St. Petersburg, they confirmed that in case if there are legal representatives of the child, then they do have the right to know the diagnosis. In this case, you might go to an ombudsman, pediatric ombudsman or adult ombudsman. If you come to, just imagine a situation that you go to a GP or to a pediatrician and he says that the diagnosis of your child is a secret. It's secret information. It would be really absurd in case if we're talking about a general practitioner. But of course, the same must be the case with psychiatrists. The diagnosis can be provided to parents and to legal representatives, either in a verbal or in written form. The other problem that we got faced with, I took one cipher from International Classification of Diseases. It's 92.1, social behavior disorder. And some adolescents get into inpatient treatment with asocial behavior or criminal behavior. If you look at the international classification of this disease, then what is offered into 91.2, group divergence, crime in a band, theft, and skipping school. In case if you read it carefully, then actually these violations, do they actually represent a psychiatric diagnosis? Still, it's you can find it in the section of behavioral disorders. I know that not only in Russia, but also in other countries, children are suffering from this information, and we decided to collect typical responses from patients. Look at what law enforcement bodies usually do, how they respond. Like, what else can we do with this child? Usually schools are saying, what else can we do? He can only go to a psychiatric inpatient clinic because he's preventing other members of the boarding school or other members of the orphanage to develop properly, because he engages in criminal behaviors and he is dangerous for other children. And here he might become a juvenile offender, and he will engage other children into juvenile offenses as well. And there's a question. In case if we hospitalize this child, then what can we do in a psychiatric inpatient clinic? Psychotherapy. psychiatric therapy can be done outpatiently, and it's going to be much cheaper rather than an inpatient aid. Inpatient psychiatric aid is much more expensive, and this is why we held deinstitutionalization in many countries, including the US. And it happens so that we are punishing children with hospitalization when they are engaged in improper behavior and they are members of different gangs. And in this case, do children really need to go to psychiatric clinic? But according to Russian legislation, starting from 15 years of age, a child can decide for himself whether he should go to inpatient clinic or not. Before that, his parents decide for him. I am not urging you to stop observing, stop following up these children, but oftentimes their behavior is caused by psychiatric disorders. But sometimes criminal behavior is not connected to psychiatric disorders. And these patients will not help psychiatric inpatient clinics, and it will not help relieve stigma from this disease. So a few years ago, Russia adopted a new law about education. This law was quite progressive, it was quite successful, and it's connected to European laws related to education of children. And in accordance with this law, today, all children are recognized as possible for education, as eligible for education. In Soviet years, the law was a little bit different. There were special commissions that could take the child out of education system in case if he was not eligible to education. But now, according to the law, if we follow this law, then severe and deep disorder and delayed mental development fall into this category. Then how can we teach this child? And because of that, there are problems in understanding of like there's an abuse of power, and sometimes improper children that are delayed in their development, and they are still taken into school, and he is not able to follow the program, but he cannot speak, he doesn't understand what is going on actually. And he will prevent other children from developing properly. This is a special the special subject for discussion, and I cannot talk about it further because we don't have enough time. But I'm very eager to continue the discussion. In case if there are more questions, I'll be eager to answer them. Another problem is inclusive education. I understand that throughout the world, inclusive education is developing. Somewhere it's developing faster, somewhere it's developing slower, but they might be different. In Russian Federation, we are liquidating, we are eliminating schools for children with delayed development, delayed mental development, and they are failing to catch up with other children. And as a result, the school asks these children to continue studies at home. And for some children, it's only a problem because it prevents social adaptation. Children with different social pathologies, with different levels of intellectual development, and those children who fall into the norm, they will see each other just in a few classes, for instance, PE classes, but they can't be studying on par. They can't learn the language on par. They can't learn geography on par. They are on different levels of intellectual development. So including these children requires a different discussion. It must not be formal only, otherwise our patients suffer. Those patients who are attending a psychiatrist, and I think this is one of the problems that we wanted to discuss. Another problem, I have already spoken at different fora in Russia about diagnostics of autistic disorders. Today, there is an international classification of the ICD-10, MKB-10, in the DSM, and the term that is used in North American classification is called DSM-10. When autistic disorders spectrum became available, then I believe that there are some other psychiatrists as well, not only Russian psychiatrists. They are stating that there is a tremendous increase in autistic disorders, and it's connected only to the fact that the criteria of diagnostics got expanded. When criteria for diagnostics got expanded, as a result of disorder of autistic spectrum became available, then of course officially there became more people with autistic disorders. But what can we say in Russian Federation? What's going on in Russian Federation? There are a lot of children that do not fall into pediatric psychology. A lot of journalists, a lot of philologists, a lot of people who do not belong to medicine, and they have no understanding of psychiatric science, or and they have no understanding of medicine. But these people decided that they are great experts in autistic disorder, and they take part in different fora, in conferences dedicated to autistic disorder. On the one hand, these children are willing to help autistic children, and we can welcome this desire on the one hand. But on the other hand, we have come to the fact that the diagnosis is not clear anymore, and anyone who sees that the baby is not looking into his eyes, or the baby is not being attentive to something, then parents all of a sudden suspect autistic disorder in their children. However, it's not autistic disorder, or not always autistic disorder. Simplification of diagnostics of autistic disorder is actually impacting very bad to real autistic children who might be deprived of treatment. So there is some glamorous floor to this discussion, and different mass media celebrities are interfering into discussion of autistic disorders. There have been significant changes. Of course, these changes, changes in Russia. As I said, some of my foreign colleagues have already mentioned, let me repeat it. Currently, till the age of 15 years of age, the children cannot decide whether they go to inpatient treatment or not. Their parents make this decision for them. After 15 years of age, the child can decide himself whether he wants to go to inpatient treatment or outpatient treatment. In the last 2 years, the Ministry of Healthcare has been considered to increase this age, not 15 years of age, but 18 years of age, when until the 17th year, until 17 years of age, parents will sign papers and will make a decision whether the child needs to go to inpatient or outpatient treatment. But it has been confirmed to be not reasonable, and we still keep the 15 years as a threshold until which children cannot make a decision about their presence in inpatient clinics in psychiatry. I wanted to mention that a lot of child psychiatrists are striving to return the job of child psychiatrists. It hasn't happened yet. However, this job has been started, and in the nearest years, we are planning to do a reform in pediatric psychiatric healthcare aid. If this reform is going to bring closer pediatric help, psychiatric help, and somatic healthcare help to children. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Igor Vladimirovich. Now I would like to see whether someone has questions. Does the audience have questions? Would you like to ask something?
I just have a comment, if I may, Professor Mazanov. I just wanted to thank Professor Makarov for highlighting some of the issues which arise in many other countries. And it's been very interesting to make comparisons, and especially with respect to the age of consent and confidentiality. And we have had this huge controversy more recently in the UK about whether young people can consent to having their COVID vaccine without parental permission or the other way around. And so it's a very interesting topic, and it goes across a number of years where the independence of young people has been discussed, and where I must say, if young people are judged to be capacitous, that is, if they are judged to understand the nature of a problem and the consequences of their action, there is a special court case called the Gillick case, which ensured that those kind of young people can, in fact, make decisions about their care. But it's a hugely important area, and it's about the human rights of young people, I think, ultimately. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо огромное за комментарии. Ну, к сожалению, мы исчерпали время.
Thank you for the comments. Professor Milovich, would you like to add something else, or would you like to say something else in conclusion?
I would just like to thank everybody for attending today, and to thank the speakers for their stimulating and inspiring lectures, and to wish you all the best, and and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the Congress.
Спасибо огромное. Я заключаю наш симпозиум.
Yes, thank you very much. In conclusion of our symposium, I wanted to say thank you to all the speakers, to everyone who took part in discussion. And I hope that information that we received will prove to be useful to us. Thank you all very much for your work, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Давай. Можно говорить? Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. Проверка связи. Меня слышно?
Да, здравствуйте.
Oh, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We are back officially. Hello, hello. Yes, Natalia, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes. No, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Yeah, absolutely. But can you see me? No, but we can hear you. Me neither, but Mikhail will help you. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, if you can actually help me with the video. Yes, we also need Raymond Chan, who is supposed to join us. Where's Raymond Chan? We start at 5:30. I'll let you know. Okay. Who are you? I'm a moderator. I'm a host. Okay, so we have a 15-minute break. Well, yeah, we start at 5:30, okay? Okay. We'll be back at 5:30. Thank you.
Понятно, Оля. Мы как раз с Натальей Валентиновной выясняем. Вы слышите и видите нас, да? Ну, прекрасно. Остальное-то у нас все в порядке? Ну, Наталья Валентиновна, Куликов-то у нас есть?
Так, сейчас.
Наталья Валентиновна, Куликов.
Куликов сейчас появится.
Он у тебя тоже из кабинета будет, да?
Вообще должен был из моего кабинета, и так с Олей должен был связаться, с Ольгой.
Вот я как раз сейчас с Олей разговариваю. Ну, хорошо.
Сейчас я его позову.
Так, Анна Львовна, да, Анна Львовна, Куликов. А вот Коровина Наталья Юрьевна.
Я здесь, я с вами. Вот, сейчас я себя покажу. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте, здравствуйте.
Спасибо огромное.
Все, а что же молчите?
Меня не спрашивают, я молчу, не вмешиваюсь.
Ну все,
хорошо.
Да, значит, мы еще 9 минут спим. Хорошо, спасибо, Оля. Угу, спасибо. Ну все, у нас через 9 минут нас подключат, а пока говорят, можете
расслабиться, да?
Да. Ну все хорошо, хоть сработало у нас, все хорошо.
Да, вообще все прекрасно.
Ты тоже, я смотрю, из дома.
Да, и тут лучше интернет, я решила не рисковать. Думаю, что тут точно связь работала.
Ну, будем надеяться, что все хорошо. Я, конечно, люблю больше всегда глаза в глаза. Ну, что
да,
делать?
очень не хватает, конечно, личных эмоций, правда, вот увидеть друг друга живьем.
Ну, не только вот нас, да, слушателей, чтобы понять, насколько они нас слышат и насколько мы им интересны.
Это да, согласна с вами.
Ну, хорошо. Наталья Валентиновна.
Татьяна Павловна, Куликов на месте, сейчас войдет ко мне в кабинет.
А как у тебя утренние доклады прошли?
Хорошо прошли, в Казань отлично прошел. И так Иванов выступал так с авторами, вот только-только закончилось.
Это у вас тоже по этой вашей системе, да, скрининга?
Да.
Угу.
Это он от психологов и для психологов, и для педагогов, логопедов междисциплинарно.
Ну, прекрасно. Прекрасно.
Так что осталось 3 доклада, Татьяна Павловна.
И отдыхаем. И отдыхаем. Ну, ты, я смотрю, столько тут с авторов взяла в доклад, я даже удивилась. Ну, ничего.
Спасибо.
Валентина, я там смотрю. Я просто пришел, ну...
Интересно, как они...
Оксана Павловна, повторите вопрос, не слышно.
У нас вопросы могут задавать после докладов, или это все в зависимости от того, сколько времени у нас
В
доклад?
зависимости от того, сколько времени будет, это вы модерируете.
Ага, то есть это мы по
удобно.
ходу решаем.
Да. Они
А
в
вот
чат
сколько,
будут
например,
писать.
слушателей, это мы можем знать?
Это мы потом можем только сказать, ну, это внутри сайта видно, мы не видим это в момент.
Вот я тут вижу, например, у меня участников 12 написано.
Нет, на YouTube это не нет, это кто внутри спикеры. Смотрят нас зрителей на трансляции. Вот на момент 16:00 было суммарно по всем залам почти 4000 человек.
О, это хорошо.
Да.
Это именно зарегистрированных или именно слушающих?
Регистрированных на сайте.
Ну это двойное дно.
Нет, это было, кто подключен был в момент к трансляции по разным залам.
Понятно.
5 минут.
5-минутная готовность. Будете отсчитывать? Мы готовы. Как пионеры.
Я слышу. А люди?
Да, я вас слышу, только я на экране вижу видео.
Вот. Три минуты. У него, скорее всего, будет видео. У нас минута. В эфире.
And we are live. Can we start? Absolutely, madam. Please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome to our show. And let's begin our plenary session dedicated to state-of-the-art approaches to psychiatric disorders. Unfortunately, we are, in a sense, doing this remotely, but hopefully there's a big audience and hopefully they're all excited about it. And hopefully, of course, they're eager to learn. Of course, we mostly have, of course, professionals here in the audience. So autism is something that is something that's been with us for many, many years. We're looking for the markers, for the autistic markers. We try to tackle the whole approach to treating autistic children, because it's not some abstract knowledge, but it is something that is very personalized, something that works, really, really works. And we've seen it in our hospital environment. It helps actually save time, effort, money, and that is so important for our amazing, beautiful children with multiple disorders that we help overcome and treat. So hopefully, of course, we can actually be super useful and helpful. And I would like to give floor to Natalia Simashko, and she represents the Clinic for Psychiatrical Help. And she will talk on the clinical and biological aspects on autistic and schizophrenia disorders in children. And as a co-author, we have other representatives here. So, Natalia, please take it away. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you. We appreciate it, of course, very, very much. So, when it comes to autistic and schizophrenia related aspects, autistic disorders as well as child schizophrenia are some of the most acute and some of the most complex areas from the viewpoint of science. And there's a lot of debate about the nosology, typology, differentiation. So we have, of course, international classification of these nosologies, MKB9, MKB10, MKB11, etc. There's also different psychotypical forms, the catotony, the approach to forecasting, therapy, rehabilitation, etiology, and pathogenesis. Now, but let's go back in history, and the whole term autism actually was coined as a symptom by Eugene Bleuler in 1911. So, and he classified as a negative syndrome. And then Leo Kanner in 1943 actually described child autism as a standalone nosology on a group of 11 people with autistic loneliness and the extreme desire for monotonous behavior. And then in 1949, he actually told that I don't believe that there's any probability that early child autism will be separated from schizophrenia. Then Michael Rutter and the WHO working group in 1968 tried to separate schizophrenia in children and early autism, which was actually classified as ICD-9 in 1980. So both nosologies were actually included in psychotics specific for children, 299. Now, in 1992, in ICD-10, schizophrenia was actually not classified as a separate subgroup of schizophrenia, which is F20. Now, the manifestation age was actually moved to a later age, to 14 years of age in the United States and 9 years of age in Europe. And in 1998, in Russia, there was a special section called schizophrenia child type F20.8. In 2013, American psychiatrist E. Shorter and Canadian psychiatrist L. E. Wachtel introduced the concept of autism, catatonia, psychosis as the so-called iron triangle of psychopathology with children and adolescents. The authors are saying that catatonia is basically a widespread psychiatric disorder with children as well as adults. And somehow it is below the radar for many professionals. Well, traditional view on autism, if you look at the decades of works, for example, if you go back to the works of Kenner in 1943, is no longer using for whatever reason, despite the fact that if you go to German or French literature in 1920s, that used to be a much more prominent topic, and there's so many different catatonic symptoms, and these people used to call it autistic. Now, Mr. Motzi, the English psychiatrist, in 1869 actually described cataleptoid disorder as a form of schizophrenia and schizophrenic psychosis. Russian psychiatrists actually in early 20 and actually 21st century also stuck to the same opinion. We're talking about Madame Simpson, Madame Bashina, or Alexei Vrona, and other prominent psychiatrists. Catatonia is a transnosology type of disease. So it is a DCM5 cluster, and it is found in various forms of psychiatric, neurological, metabolic, endocrinal, immunal, and infectious diseases. It's sort of a side effect. So catatonic symptomatics, especially in early childhood, is classified as an independent syndrome. Or basically, it's a very heterogeneous group of autism related properties. And in this table, you have a continuum. That's the continuum between the ASD and childhood schizophrenia, according to Simashkova, which is 2016. That's ICD-10, an ASD continuum. Well, you see the Asperger syndrome, child autism, atypical autism, schizophrenia. And in a continuum, you see Asperger syndrome, Kenner syndrome, and then infantile psychosis. You see atypical symptomatology, including mental retardation with autistic features, and typical childhood psychosis, as well as childhood type schizophrenia, which is F20.8. Well, speaking of the clinical differentiation, as you can clearly see, it's also various. And this also the catatonic syndrome, again, in case of infantile psychosis and child type autism, the manifestation is happening within 1.5 years. It's a polymorphic psychosis, and then it is converted into hyperkinetic syndrome with the psychopathic remission. So, and usually the lapse is 1.5 to 2 years. With the atypical child psychosis, the manifestation is usually happening within 1.5 to 3 years. The hyper and hyper form of catatonia, especially with seizures, movement disorders, and psychopathic disorders in remission, usually last for 2.5 to 4 years. So they usually last from 2.5 to 4 years. Now, speaking of a child schizophrenia, so it manifests as early as 1.5 years of age, again with typical movement-related stereotypical disorders. And it, of course, also has a residual psychosymptomatic, usually aggression or autoaggression. Dementia, hallucination, the Kandinsky syndrome can be found starting at 4 or 5 years of age. But also for schizophrenia, so it has to be for at least 1 month. So you don't find it in infantile psychosis, you don't find atypical child psychosis, you don't find any of that. Now, speaking of negative deviations, such as speech disorder, or mild or medium autism. With the atypical child psychosis, you can find some heavy speech disorders with incomplete remission. You can have a short-term attention span, or torpidity, or heavy autism. In case of schizophrenia, you see general depression, regressional speech, heavy impairments to motorics, skills, and acute form of autism. Now, speaking of cognitive disorders, well, sure, the cognitive dysautogenesis, or cognitive deficit, or cognitive defects. You can find it in all three types. In case of schizophrenia, of course, it's a cognitive deficiency or defect. Now, in terms of lapses and forecast, in terms of infantile psychosis, well, it is a positive trend with maybe 10% of patients going through full relapse, 50% of patients going through high functional autism, and 40% go through a milder form of autism with certain acute lapses and surges in stress situations. Now, in terms of psychopharmaceutical therapy, is very much prescribed and active. Now, in terms of atypical child psychosis, if not treated through drugs and other types of therapy, it usually ends up in a very negative trend, usually catatonic and psychopathic symptomatics, and usually ends up, in becoming a very unsocial lifestyle. And in case of schizophrenia, again, this is a continuous form of a very much oligophrenic type defects. In 50% of patients, the speech is permanently impaired and never comes back to normal. Especially from 7 to 12 years of age, you get this L-type catatonic regression, psychopathic symptomatics. You usually see further debilitating throughout the lifestyle. It doesn't get better. The quality of life in the family and the loved ones usually also suffers. Now, in terms of the autism, catatonia, and social functioning, in children, in case of schizophrenia and atypical child psychosis, the red one is the child psychosis, which is F84.2. Now, you see that in case of psychosis, 36 scores, mild psychosis 33, social functioning 45. Now, atypical psychosis, F4812. Again, you see the numbers here for the catotony and the mild psychosis and social function. Social function is only 20, which means that it suffers tremendously. And in case of schizophrenia, you see that the social aspect is of particular damage, as you only 10, and BKC person becomes generally unsocial. Now, in terms of biological markers, now the whole clinical discussion in the psychiatrical community still goes on. It has never stopped. And sometimes the problem is that the clinical picture is quite blurry, especially in schizophrenia and atypical syndromes. It requires, of course, additional biological markers to further classify and clarify nosology. Now, the search for markers is usually done through immunology, metabology, and neurophysiological tracks. Now, speaking of neuroimmunological markers for catatonia, autism, and schizophrenia, in our institution, so we've developed a number of tests that help identify the core roots for the disease. It can be related to inflammation or other autoimmune markers. We're talking about protease inhibitors, protein-specific neuroantigens, etc. So there are 3 levels of immune reaction. Level 1, which is normal, level 2, which is elevated, and level 3, which is specifically indicative of inflammation markers, such as the AT level. Could be regards to one or several neuroantigens at the same time. So these are the 3 levels. Now, again, when it comes to the study of the immune system and its reaction in case of autism and schizophrenia, including the Asperger's syndrome, etc., it has to be very comprehensive. Now, as you can see, this is the inflammation immunity in case of psychosis, and in case of schizophrenia, you see multiple reactions at the same time. Especially in case of schizophrenia, you see multiple immune reactions at the same time. It's basically a disintegration of the whole system. And you see that both inflammation and autoimmune reaction is quite acute. And you can see it here on this slide. In case of schizophrenia, you see very, very high levels across the board. In case of child psychosis, and this horizontal blue bar is the control level. Particularly in autoimmune bodies, they sometimes fall below the thresholds for typical child psychosis. Very, very typical. You see LSDAS and actually going down, as well as alpha-1 proteinase inhibitor also going down. S100B protein goes up, right? And myelin exchange also elevated. But in terms of schizophrenia, you see that definitely the red and the blue bar, particularly the proteinase inhibitor, definitely goes up, right? And the S100 protein is below the control number. So now, what about oxidative stress in case of pathogenesis, in case of autism and schizophrenia? Well, active form of oxygen is regulating the cellular cycle, as you know, and protein kinase and gene expression is also involved. Now, in acute synthesis of active form of oxygen creates acute oxidative stress. Free radicals that accumulate in case of stress cause oxidative modifications and create gaps and fractures of blood cell DNAs, as well as all our extracell DNA. And that basically leads to pathologic apoptosis. Hydroxy 2-deoxyhydroxyzine, which is 8-OH-DG, is a biomarker for acute oxidative stress, which lead to cell apoptosis. Now here we have the picture that describes active level of free oxygen, which is free radicals. We see that in case of infantile psychosis, we see that the levels of free oxygen is 30 to 40% higher compared to control group, and that means that there's a very strong compensating oxidative stress. In case of a typical child psychosis, free oxygen level goes up 2.2, 2.5 times and even higher, which again indicative of a very high level of oxidative stress. But in case of schizophrenia, you have the most acute levels by 3 times, 3.3 and higher times. And that means that it's a critical level of oxidative stress, which leads to major apoptosis. Now, if you look at the lymphocytes and the level of peripheral blood and level of oxidative damage to DNA, you can clearly see that in case of schizophrenia, the level of damage is the highest. So the level of DNA damage is the highest with child schizophrenia. Again, because of free radicals, and they naturally damage the DNA, which is a genotoxic effect. And the level of oxidative damage and the two-bone DNA breakage. You can see it in the appendix, by the way. You see that it's, of course, the highest in case of schizophrenia, but you can say that in the first case, it's somewhat higher. With the atypical child psychosis, it's definitely higher. It's about 2 times higher, but in case of schizophrenia, it's 3 on average, sometimes 4 times higher. Just to point your attention that these are data that for the first time ever were derived in Russia. Now, and we're finally moving on to the third picture, and you see the level of oxidative damage for the extracellular DNA. And as you know, essentially whatever the DNA found outside the cell can also be oxidated and damaged, especially guanosine. And as you know, the desoguanosine, which is the subproduct of this oxidation. And as you can see, in case of schizophrenia, the numbers for this concentration can be up to 4 times compared to healthy individuals. In case of psychosis, can be 3 times high. In case of, well, schizophrenia always produces the highest levels, unfortunately. And again, that just corresponds with the severity of the disease. The last bar basically shows that unfortunately it correlates with the severity and the acute syndrome, and as a follow-up, of course, major apoptosis. Neurophysiological markers in case of schizophrenia and also autistic syndrome. So you can see it on the left, which is the form of autistic disorder, and you can also see ECG dominating rhythms. Alpha rhythms versus theta rhythms, 8 to 10 in case of infantile psychosis. In terms of remission, you can the so-called mu rhythm dominating. For atypical child psychosis, you see the lowest frequency dominating, which is 7 to 8 hertz. In case of child schizophrenia, again, the dominating rhythm is 7 to 8 hertz. In terms of theta rhythm, which is 5 to 7 hertz, in 40% of all people with child psychosis, it's dominating. And in case of schizophrenia, you see a low alpha rhythm, 7 to 8 hertz, and also very acute 5 to 7 hertz theta rhythm. Despite the fact that in infantile psychosis, you don't even see theta rhythms, but in case of schizophrenia, you see a very powerful theta rhythm, 60% of all observations. Okay, now here we have biological differentiation of psychotic forms of child schizophrenia and forms of autism. Now, if you see AFK, you see antibodies to S100B protein and other markers. Well, I guess, the picture is self-explanatory, so I'll just let you read it. So in terms of antitrypsin, alpha-1 antitrypsin, you see that in case of child schizophrenia, it is quite high. Actually blocks lymphocyte activity. Now, in terms of S100B protein, normal. In the first case, elevated. In psychosis, and in case of schizophrenia, is actually below the control number, surprisingly. Yeah, which is a moderate decline. Okay. In terms of antibodies to myelin exchange, normal for infantile psychosis as well as atypical psychosis, but is elevated in case of schizophrenia. Okay, so what kind of conclusions can we draw? Well, the psychoactive forms of autistic spectrum as well as child schizophrenia is very similar to critically vulnerable period of ontogenesis, which is 1.5 years again, and this is a physiological apoptosis. Now, concise and early diagnostics for schizophrenia and forms of autism can be enhanced using clinical and biological approaches, which improves the forecast and helps the patient recover and come back to a more personalized track. Now, catatonia as a nosology is a non-specific phenomenon, and you can clearly find it in different forms of autism and schizophrenia. Now, in case of child autism, catatonia usually leads to deprivation of active psychotic development of a child, but only in the active period. But in case of atypical psychosis, it actually stops the development. And in case of schizophrenia, actually causes a debilitating development. Now, neuroleptics is the drug of choice for catatonia in case of psychosis, atypical psychosis, and in case of schizophrenia, neuroleptics are usually applied across the lifetime of a patient. Now, and as far as the new forms of therapy, such as immune therapy, antioxidants, and other new innovative therapies, but with that, of course, we'll have the next speaker. Now, of course, in many ways, a lot of that has to do with the inflammation, which then, in many ways, related to autoimmune response. Now, oxidative stress, as you know, has a very powerful genotoxic effect, especially impacts the DNA, impacts the lymphocytical blood, and creates a powerful pathology. So the genotoxic effect is not very pronounced in case of light to moderate forms of autism, mostly with acute forms such as schizophrenia. And as far as the actual markers, neurophysiological markers, then, of course, the reduction of the functional central nervous system, well, the lower rhythms for ECGs, and in case of acute forms, you can clearly find it, but in case of autism, you don't find it. Now, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. Appreciate it. Thank you for a very detailed presentation. So you essentially announced the next presentation, right? Hey, you played the role of a co-chairman in many ways, so I'll probably pass the floor to the next presentation, which is a new therapeutical targets for autistic spectrum. So, and Natalia already sort of announced it, so please can we have the slide? And we move on to the next presentation. If you can share the slides, that would be nice. That would be easier if you can actually. It will be much easier for you to actually share the slides and control it. Well, I hope you can actually see my slides. Yeah, you need to share the screen. Yeah. Once you share the screen, we can then see your slides. No, not yet. No. I mean, you need to share the screen in the Zoom. But how do I do it? You can see it at the bottom. Share screen. See this big green button? Well, Olga told me that you will be in charge of the slides. Well, I can do it for you. Sure. It would be much easier for you if you could do it yourself.
Так, у нас получилось?
Да, слайды,
да, да, я вижу. Уважаемые коллеги, ну извините за задержку, меня как-то неправильно сориентировали. Хорошо. Вот Наталья Валентиновна, рассказывая о биологических...
Well, Natalia talked about the biological markers, and she sort of preempted the fact that, the inflammation is a very powerful indicator, and as Natalia said, well, that can be used for diagnostics. So, well, I will focus on this new target, as this new approach as a target. Okay, can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. Now, autistic spectrum disorders. Well, let me just repeat the fact that, again, both genetically and clinically, these are very diverse, very heterogeneous psychiatrical disorders that are all combined by one thing, basically become unsocial, right? Socially deviant, so to say. And of course, a lot depends on the degree of autism, the level of development, and the period in disease. So it could be, well, in this particular slide, by the way, which is a good slide, you can see basically we've been doing studies for dozens of years. It just goes to show that we had 4.5 thousand patients, and from 1984 to 2015, we see that there's a lot of psychotic forms of autism, but they're very, very diverse. Speaking of etiology of autistic deviations, there's genetics, and there's unfavorable exogenous factors, especially for the infant and during the pregnancy, and they usually have a major factor on the life of a patient. No, next slide, please. So speaking of that, speaking of genetic factors, which is again such a powerful factor. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, we're waiting for the next slide. But speaking of genetic factors, in particular, so I believe that there's some delay in slide switching. Yeah. Nope. One slide back. One slide back, please. No, and one slide back. Well, speaking of exogenous factors, again, especially for the infancy and the newborn babies, especially during the pregnancy. So these are major factors that impact future development. This can be immune disorders. This can be viral infections. This can be birth damage. This can be prenatal hypoxia. All of that impacts the brain development, which then is reflected as a form of autistic disorder. Now, next slide, please. There was another slide on genetics, but unfortunately, because the slides are switching so low, never mind that. This is the neurobiological and metabolic disorders in case of autistic disorder. So this is the latest data as of 2020, and they show that there's a massive structural changes in the brain. More than 100 different genes are involved in autism, and they control multiple brain areas. Basically, they mediate neuron activity in the brain, right? They impact the way you handle stress, your neural development, inflammation, etc. So autistic people across multiple levels and across the life cycle in post-mortem analysis, you find various neurobiological deviations as well as metabolical violations such as mitochondrial function and dysfunction, oxidative stress. I'm not saying that every patient is the same. No, I mean, I'm not saying that patients have all of these factors, but such as structural changes of the brain, such as the precortical component, right, the pituitary component, the density of neurons, right, and the size of neurons, also, the oxidative stress, the mitochondrial dysfunction, etc., etc. So, like I said, compared to healthy individuals, you see these are very, very prevalent. But there are multiple hypotheses to where autism comes from, because the roots are so diverse. But as a matter of fact, until today, there's still no single viewpoint as to the root cause of autism. This domino effect that I have here, I mean, is a great indication of what we're trying to do. The question is, who toppled the first domino, right? We're trying to connect the cause and effect, right? We're trying to understand where it comes from. And that's the most difficult thing. So because the picture is so diverse, and because the point is that we need to treat it. How do we treat it? We need a target. But for that, we need to understand who toppled the first domino, so that we understand, so we can basically trace it back to the root cause. Now, I mentioned the inflammation. So like I said, there's no one single viewpoint. Yeah, keep this slide, please. So again, for dozens of years, there's been studies, but many people believe that inflammation is a major root cause for pathology, especially with the brain damage and psychosomatic, non-infectious type of autism. And by the way, a Nobel Prize was actually given to the founder of this theory. Basically, it's a different view on what inflammation is. The point is that with the brain damage, they never used to talk about inflammation. They would talk about autoimmune component, etc. But it turns out that there are so many different reasons, though inflammation can be so diverse and can cause such deep effects. So back in the day, they didn't understand where the inflammation comes from. They would state the fact that, yes, this particular patient has inflammation and this brain-blood barrier. They thought that brain is sort of separated from the rest of the body. They thought that, no, it's just whatever inflammation that can happen in the rest of the body, but not in the brain, right? But it turns out that it's not true. It turns out that inflammation actually affects all parts of the body, including the brain. And this can be infectious type, this can be diabetes, can be aseptic, this can be related to brain stroke, heart attack, asthma, it can be cancer, this can be obesity. And turns out that chronic inflammation is the true root cause of most non-infectious types of autism that contributes to the key mortality risks, such as the third-type diabetes, which is chronic obstructive lung disease, autoimmune disease, the Alzheimer's disease, psychiatric disorders, brain strokes, heart attacks, heart problems, and general cardiovascular problems. And this slide actually goes to show that there's a lot of commonality. So especially for both, and the Nobel Prize was actually awarded for that, showing that inflammation has such a powerful contribution to this receptor, the TLR, the toll receptor. Yeah, and that's where the inflammation actually starts, regardless of the root cause, whether it's caused by infection or something else. But the result is going to be a huge rise in mediators, which is toll-like receptors. It's a class of protein, basically, that play a key role in the innate immune system. It's basically a single-pass membrane-spanning receptor that usually expressed on sentinel cells, such as macrophages and dendritic cells. Okay, so like I said, the most important link is these activated microglial cells. So there's a resting microglial, activated microglial, and increased cytokine production. So there's this microglial cell that is activated, as a result of stress-dependent stimulus becomes active and then causes very powerful cytokine production. So basically increases cytokine production. So, and the point is this macroglial cells actually have a totally different phenotype compared to resting. So resting and activated cells, completely different. People knew about it, but they never related it to inflammation. And that just goes to show that this fundamental scientific discovery changed the minds of millions of scientists and clinical psychologists and psychiatrists across the globe, because they didn't relate it to inflammation in the past. Now, and let's talk about neurodegeneration and macroglia activation. So activated macroglia is basically synthesizing a lot of cytotoxic substances such as active forms of glutamate, aspartate, oxygen, etc. So these cytotoxic substances cause damage to membranes, lipids, proteins, mitochondria, and DNA. They basically oxidate membranes. So they penetrate the brain, they oxidate proteins, mitochondria, and DNA. And that basically leads to a disturbance in neural network, basically causes neural apoptosis, and essentially causes synaptic dysfunction, right? Which is a good friend of all brain damages. Well, except for the fact that it actually synthesizes a lot of cytotoxic metabolites. Once activated, this activated macroglia actually synthesizes a lot of pro-inflammation cytokines, which is very similar to infection and viruses. And here's the important part. So when it comes to the brain, they actually change the neurotransmission metabolism because they violate tryptophan. You know that tryptophan is the precursor to serotonin, and serotonin is super powerful for the brain, as you know. As you know, this related to dopamine, and well, any damage, causes a cascading effect. So there's the positive symptomatic. So once the neural network is damaged, then it has resulted in behavior disorder. It is always caused by neural transmission. So in case of neural inflammation, the exact same types of cells, active macroglia cells, basically produce a lot of cytokines and toxins that basically damage neurotransmitters in the brain. And that leads to autism, essentially. So any neural inflammation in the brain leads to damage to neurotransmitters. So this kind of multi-step damage cycle leads to a very, very chronic disease. So once the discovery was made in 2011 about the changes to the power of inflammation to the brain, of course, all sorts of works started to pop up, and a lot of rethinking, a lot of rediscoveries started to pop up, and the so-called inflammation markers in the brain, in the blood, for people with autistic disorders, right? And it is actually true. It is actually true. You can find it across multiple levels. And you can find it not just in humans, but in rats. So basically, that's the pathogenes, essentially. Like I said in the very beginning, so that's genetic predisposition. So, and that is caused either or by exogenous factors, the environment, or the pregnancy period. And all of that activates neuroinflammation in the brain, or some peripheral inflammation then activates macroglial cells, leads to systemic activation, so damage to neurons, and synaptic contacts, basically violates neurotransmission, and as a result leads to brain damage and causes autistic disorder, essentially. That's the step-by-step damage that is created in this regard. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, speaking of the neuroimmunotest technology, well, Valentin already mentioned that. But again, the point is to have a very holistic monitoring approach to the level of inflammation in the patient with autism. And there are 3 levels, basically: normal, activated, and let's say immunity activated. And depending on the level, of course, we can then prescribe a different course of treatment. Again, very to correlate it with the level of markers. So, and this slide is about the level of the level of correlations with catatonia, autism, and other types of disorders. Well, again, what Valentina already mentioned, again, it goes to show that, of course, schizophrenia is the highest level and is directly related to the level of inflammation and especially peripheral markers. So we now have the tool to monitor the level of neuroinflammation, and we can use basically just a sample of blood, basically from like a finger prick is enough to do this kind of test. Now, these inflammation mechanisms that I try to basically break it down for you. Again, I'm trying to put it in layman's terms. You don't need to be a biochemist, but there are lots of other factors, like a macrobiomic in your gut is a powerful factor, and this can actually cause chronic neuroinflammation. There are multiple factors in the body. Yeah, so if you compare healthy versus depressed and stressed, see the microbiomic system of your gut, healthy gut function versus abnormal. There's so much attention to the gut function, and there's the normal and abnormal, right? And this can have a major toxic impact on inflammation and the brain. So it's very, very important to take care of your gut. So healthy food, healthy brain, healthy and autism-free person. So please take care of your food and your health. Now, here's something else. There are certain metals and microelements in your brain, in your hair, bones, and your again serum that can be a cofactor that contributes to the inflammation. And this can be very low traces, but on a chronic basis they can also contribute to neural inflammation. So it turns out that, you see, there's a lot of controversy, again, from gut bacteria to metals, microelements, etc., etc. So different camps pursue different roads, but again, it's a very exciting area for studies because, well, as you know, metals, of course, also something that is very exciting. And of course, I mean, accumulation of certain metals can also cause inflammation. Maybe you can impact that in a certain way. But let's not forget about the gut bacteria and other things. So as a new therapeutical target for autistic patients, of course, we should think about the inhibitors, right? Anti-inflammatory therapy, right? Such as the inhibitors of microglia activation, right? Which is tryptophan catabolism, fermentation, or nootropic substances, and antioxidative therapy. Again, as an additional therapy. So these can be used, of course. There are many ways and drugs that cause anti-inflammatory action, such as microglia inhibitors, tryptophan inhibitors, nootropic and antioxidative therapies. So all of them can be used, of course, as a sideshow and also help. Now, if you combine some of these, for example, this particular antibiotic, which is a semi-synthetic antibiotic called minocycline. It's called minocycline. So again, it's an anti-inflammatory drug. It's an inhibitor of activated microglia, right? It's a relatively new drug. So okay, it's like semi-synthetic antibiotic. And this one is positioned as a schizophrenia treatment drug. So it can inhibit activated microglia cells. So basically trying to tackle the root cause, right? Very close to the root cause of neuroinflammation. And it also has additional anti-apoptotic and antioxidative effect. So, and I have some studies here for you by Levkovitz and other scientists, of course, in case of schizophrenia and other, but again, very contradictory here. And this particular drug has some powerful side effects, so you shouldn't just take it just like that. So as a side therapy, I wouldn't recommend it. You need markers because it has powerful side effects, unfortunately. And we need a lot of tests to make sure that this drug can be safe. Next slide, please. There's also flavonoids, such as resveratrol, can be used in combined therapy to treat autism. But again, this is a neuroprotector. It's an basically antioxidant, and it has also anti-inflammatory action. So, and generally all these new drugs, I mean, starts with an experiment, with clinical trials. And, well, in clinical trials, they actually show that polyphenols, well, can actually dramatically improve behavioral, biochemical, molecular, and other elements. But it was done in mice, not in men. So, but I believe that we need a group of children so that we can apply flavonoids, polyphenols, and prove that there are specific markers, inflammation markers, that basically indicate that flavonoids have a positive impact. So far, there's no clear evidence that they produce a powerful impact, but it is a promising area. Well, there's also rutin, gusperidine, curcumin, quercetin, and other drugs, also polyphenols. And the combined therapy, of course, there's a different combinations of vitamins. Curcumin, which is basically from India. Yes, it does have a powerful impact. Indeed, it has anti-inflammatory and other types of impacts. I guess those gift shops know what they're doing, offering this incense sticks and all that. But no, some of these polyphenol-based treatments have really good effect. So, and because they have such wide spectrum, so it is currently widely used in psychiatry. So, and they use it for neurodegenerative diseases, for cardiovascular diseases, as well as many other things. Now, omega-3, of course, polyunsaturated fats. Yeah, also very popular. So much work out there to, prove the point. Some say it works really well. Some say it's all BS. I believe that it is definitely good for you, but we need specific markers and we need proper clinical studies to show that polyunsaturated omega-3 and other triglycerides actually help. But it depends on the dosage, right? Of course, it depends on the dosage. Because as you know, as with vitamins and other things, the dosage will have a major impact on the efficacy of the drug. Next slide, please. Now, also psychotropic drugs also have powerful impact, and I'm talking about antidepressants, or antipsychotic drugs, such as ammonazine, haloperidol, or other drugs. And they also impact, and sometimes in a positive way, neural inflammation. So the idea is to have a strategy that includes powerful psychotropic, and of course this has to be on a case-by-case basis, right? And it also has to take into account the immune status of a patient. So the conclusion is that this kind of immune inflammation, of course, can be treated with a variety of spectrums, right? Despite the fact that, yes, there are no clear evidence that these new therapies, such as, substances and supplements actually work, but it's definitely a very promising area. The bioflavonoids and also, of course, pot smoking and whatnot. This is such a wide area. But certain evidence exists that actually do help when it comes to the recovery of molecular function and neural function of the brain. So they all, I guess, deserve to be treated and studied. But of course, the inclusion of these drugs and medications has to take into account the immune condition of the patient, right, and the acuteness of the syndrome and the markers that, as we do understand, fully match the level of inflammation. And of course, let's not forget about the gut bacteria, right, the macrobiotic environment. By eating healthy, of course, you can dramatically improve, such as probiotics. They have a powerful impact, microelements, vitamins, etc. All of these things have a powerful impact. Myself and Valentina, we definitely know that there are children then when treated with vitamins and microelements have had a miraculous recovery and a powerful improvement in lifestyle. Thank you. Okay, what are we doing next? What's with the silence?
Наталья Валентиновна, подхвати там модерацию конференции. Я почему-то не могу, вышла из нее. Ладно? Сейчас я попытаюсь войти. Угу. Сейчас пытаюсь войти.
Свет.
Как мне это сбросить? Алло.
Да, я тебя вижу, Наталья Валентиновна.
Татьяна Павловна, Коровиной Наталье Юрьевне предоставляйте протокол пошаговой диагностики расстройства аутистического спектра. Сейчас я вам так переброшу на почту.
Не надо. Итак, слово для доклада предоставляется Коровиной Наталье Юрьевне. Наталья Юрьевна, заведующая.
Up next is Natalia Yuryevna Korovina. Right, she's heading the psychoneurological department of the Ministry of Healthcare of Russia. Please, madam, you have the floor.
Видно ли мой доклад? Надеюсь, что слайды...
Да, Наталья, мы вас слышим.
Видно ли...
Yes, can you see my slides? Yeah, we can hear you, we can see you, and we can see your slides. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I would like to give you a step-by-step diagnosis for the autistic treatment. Now, autistic disorders, again, has a variety of so, as you know, has a very diversity of applications, and that leads to limited stereotypical types of behavior and causes social dysfunction and also communication issues, and that leads to serious impairments in a person's life. But the problem with the diagnosis is that there's no biological test because the spectrum is so diverse, unfortunately. And yes, there's a major debate between the psychiatrists, but there's still no such thing as a biological test. And there's also diversity in the methodologies and the way the studies are performed. Also, the autistic spectrum also depends on the age. It's very much age dependent, and the variability of the method can actually change depending on whether it's children, group of children, and the same child in different situations. And the comorbidity, by the way, is very, very high, close to 70%. Now, all comorbid deviations and should also be taken into account, of course, when it comes to treatment and general health provision to children. And the diagnostic criteria also vary very much by country and by professional. And you know that autism is something that you have for life. Of course, we would like to provide all necessary help to people, and the point is that there are several criteria that could be like the perfect treatment conditions and diagnostics. Of course, there has to be a direct contribution from someone who is directly watching over the patient. Ideally, it has to be the official representatives of such patient. This could be full and complete diagnostics. There has to be clear classification. And this has to be, of course, something that can be benchmarked against not just local but international studies. Now, when it comes to clinical diagnostics, as far as clinical diagnostics, well, MKB-10, so the so-called class 5, MKB-10, which is child autism, atypical autism, the Rett syndrome, disintegrative child disorder, hyperactive disorder, which is mental deviations and stereotypical movements, there's Asperger's syndrome, etc. There are generally three groups of autism. Yeah, the so-called the autistic triad. Well, social disorders, communication disorders, and stereotypical behavior. Now, in terms of language and speech, well, that's part of the communication element, and very often being overlooked. Right, but now with the MKB-10, this will change. Again, that's still going to be this trinity of autism, but it will be much more dependent on the specific cases of a specific child. Now, in terms of language and speech disorder, that is not the most decisive factor, but it's a great predictor. So it's something that has to be taken into account as a side effect, especially with the treatment course. So MKB-11, right, again, is currently under construction. So this will be a much more comprehensive diagnosis from the clinical standpoint. And this MKB-11, again, it takes into account secondary factors, well, such as a particular focus on speech and intellectual disorders, the IQ and other components. Now, to help a child and help a family, you of course need to focus on early diagnostics. So the foundation, of course, is the observation. There are certain groups of risks. So why are we doing this? So we need to understand to which degree is our concern justified, right? There's the why, there's the who, and there's the how. And there are certain red flags, of course, that we need to focus on. Well, for family members and loved ones, and maybe your teacher in a kindergarten or in school, I might be the first one to notice that something is wrong with the child, right? Or maybe there's a planned health check, so a doctor can also notice that something is wrong with the person. But there's certain red flags. There's the questionnaire that can be suggested to the parents, and certain methodological recommendations that can be used to identify it at an early stage. Then there's certain diagnostic track. There's the identification, there's the classification, and there's the description. So as a result, we have direct observation. We see the red flag. We've done the questionnaire, and we can then apply some standardized methodology so that we can classify, set the clinical diagnosis, and then describe the actual autism indications, right? So that we can provide an assessment and then select the course of treatment. So this is the 3-stage diagnostic tract, and that helps us basically come up with the most effective way to treat a person and socialize them. What are the red flags? Easy to spot red flags. So, and they actually help immediately identify that there's something wrong with the child. But that said, the red flags are not diagnostic criteria. It's a red flag, it can be used, but it's not the most decisive factor. But the more people know about it, the better, essentially, because that way you can actually help and go to professional. So, for example, if the child doesn't look you in the eye, doesn't respond to a name, doesn't smile, doesn't respond to smile, is not using any gestures, or doesn't speak, keeps silent, and other things. Well, on this particular slide, these are the red flags suggested by the charity foundation There Is Life, which is that helps autistic children. So autistic children sometimes behave as if they're not spoken to, as if they're deaf or numb, as if they don't actually hear that they're being spoken to. They very seldom, very rarely smile to other people, and they don't use any gestures that are very typical for other 12-year-olds, etc. Now, there's certain screening methods, such as the AMCHAT, for example, and that's where the teacher, the trainer, the pediatrician in the kindergarten or in high school or in primary school, having gone through the checklist and the red flags, can apply a screening method. So AMCHAT, SCQ are very, very popular. Well, let's start with the AMCHAT. And the AMCHAT is again modified checklist for autism in toddlers. This is a very short, basically checklist that takes 3 to 5 minutes. So, and again, this is from 16 to 30 months. Again, this is done by parents. Again, this can also be done by a pediatrician. And there's also the AMCHAT R for a, and this is the if you want to go through the test, that's the test in Russia. Now, in terms of positive screening results, you can then go through yet another round of screening just to further clarify based on the number of scores. Now, of course, in case of a positive result, then of course there's 94.5% chance that indeed the child is autistic. It's not necessarily autistic spectrum, but definitely some sort of a disorder. Now, the SCQ, which is a social communication questionnaire, also a very popular one. Basically, it's a blank, this framework, and this is for children from 4 years and above. Well, considering that on a mental level, the child is at least on a 2-year-old basis. Again, this is either done by a relative or a parent. Again, in terms of structure, again, this is a self-assessment, and it has 2 parts. It's basically a list of 40 questions with two alternatives. Basically, say yes or no. It's an A-B approach. Basically takes maximum of 10 minutes. Something that is very, very easy to do. Again, another very popular screening method. And it's very easy to count. Basically takes 5 minutes to count. So it has such areas as social activity, communication, and repetitive stereotypical behavior patterns. So, and there are two types of blanks, basically, two types of templates. Well, the life cycle and the now. So one used for screening, the other one to test the dynamics. Because one questionnaire can be applied to the life cycle, basically the whole lifetime, and the other one is used for status quo. So one can be seen as static, the other one as dynamic. You can combine the two so that you have a more precise description of what's happening with the child. Especially the now framework is used to assess the current change, which is based on the observation of a child over the past 3 months. So, and that result can actually show us whether the child is improving or vice versa. So another approach is the CASD, right, with the checklist for autism spectrum disorder, which is a very reliable way to diagnose children and adolescents from 1-year-old to 16-year-old. And this can be done by a physician or a parent. It takes a maximum of 15 minutes. It's a very short questionnaire. Essentially, it comes down to 30 very specific symptoms. Right? It's basically a descriptive form. Again, very easy to fill in. And there are 6 groups of symptomatics, which is social interaction, which is repetitive behavior, mood disorders, as well as attention and also other types of disorders. So there's a total of 6 groups of symptomatics. Now, in terms of the rating scale, again, which is the childhood autism rating scale, which is probably the most popular in Russia, something that is used very, very often. Again, to the fact that it doesn't request any, additional training. It's very easy to do, and it is based on a clinical observation of a child. There are 14 areas, right? It's a 7-score scale from 1 to 4, and there's also interim numbers like 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, and the total score goes from 30 to 36.5, right, for moderate, and from 37 to 60 for the acute form. And again, this one is done either by the parent but usually by the professional, with the inputs provided by the parents. So, and speaking of the golden standard, I would say the ADR or ADOS2. This is probably the golden standard across the globe, and this provides the most precise results. Well, this one, of course, takes more time. It's from 1.5 to 2 hours. It's a structured interview done with parents as well as other, trustees. So, and it is applied to children from 2-year-olds and to 2 years of age. It includes a certain algorithm of behavior, and it focuses on 3 areas: speech, communication, social interaction, behavior, and typical behaviors and interests. So it is based on algorithms. Right, but if the idea is to build a treatment plan, right, but then you use one of the 3 algorithms because it contains 3 algorithms. It's a relatively long interview. It has 93 questions. Like I said, it's up to 2 hours compared to the previous tests. So it takes more time, but it is more effective. So, and like I said, there are 3 parts. First is the background. So you need to identify the background. There's also intro, introductory questions to give a general description of a child, and then, of course, a more precise, in-depth questions. So that's the approach. Now, another one is also a very popular approach, and this is Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, 2nd edition. Again, it's a standardized methodology. It takes 45 to 60 minutes. It has 5 modules, and this can be applied, which is module T, from 12 months and above. Basically, different types: game, stereotypical forms of behavior, communication, and social interaction. So that's the approach. So the point is that there's certain typical situations that help bring out autism-specific behaviors. So it has 5 modules. Well, it takes 45 to 60 minutes per module. So that's a total of 5 modules. So only 1 module is used per person, and that meets a specific level of expressive speech development. So like module 1, for example, is for children that don't use phrases to communicate. Module 2, for example, is used for children that use phrases but don't but speak slowly. Module 3 is for children with regular speech. Module 4 is for children that are adolescents and adults. Well, you can say that module 2, just generally ADOS 2 is a universal approach that covers all ages. And ADOS 2 has module T for toddlers. And that can also be applied, again, to also identify a number of disorders. So as a result, you see there's the autism spectrum, autism spectrum, and outside autism spectrum. These are 3 levels. And the level of acute syndrome can be high, moderate, low, minimum, or non-existent. So that's the results. Now, there's the also psychology and education profile. So it's, again, part of the diagnostics. It's PAP3, which is psychoeducational profile, 3rd edition, can be applied to children from 2 to 7.5 years of age. And sometimes a bit higher than that. So the 2 scales are basically development and behavior scale. And as a test result, you get a profile that actually helps identify biological age of a person, right, of a child. There's also the Kaufman battery, and that basically is dedicated to nonverbal intellect, which is hearing, expressive vocabulary, or the mostly neuropsychological model for children from 3 to 11 years old. So basically, as a result of this comprehensive approach, from red flags and all the way to gold standards, then you get a very comprehensive and very detailed description of a child condition. And we can very precisely set out the diagnostics, right? And then identify the treatment plan, which will then help us, of course, to help treat this disorder in a better way and help socialize the child back to normal. Well, thank you, Natalia, for that. Thank you for this report. Yeah, diagnostics is something that's very, very useful, and at my company, of course, we have our own methodology. And without further ado, I would like to announce the next speaker, which is Anton Kulikov, catatonic and ketone-regressive disorders in case of child schizophrenia, right, and also autism spectrum. So Anton, of course, is senior scientific advisor. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes if possible, right? Because we're somewhat pressed for time. Sure, absolutely, I'll do that. So hello everyone. So without further ado, I'd like to present my report on the catatonic and ketone-regressive syndromes or psychotic forms of autism spectrum and schizophrenia. Now, the catatonia is a very complex neuropsychiatrical syndrome that has a very wide range of motion, speech, and behavior disorders. It's a transnosology in nature, and you can see it with multiple psychiatric, somatic, neurological diseases and conditions. And catatonia, if you go back in history, one of the earliest, I would say, references, and probably goes to Philip Pinel in 1809. Basically, he coined the term. And then John Etienne Dominique Esquirol, Jules Belanger, and William Griesinger, and others, they all focused on the emotion component, especially Henry, mostly in 1868. So he was one of the first ones to actually point out the emotion disorder. And then the new catatonica term was actually offered in 1874, which is a Greek word. Yeah. Edward Shorter and Lee Watchell actually point out that Madame Sukharev was not the first researcher to identify child schizophrenia, but she was the first one to bring autism, catatonia, and psychosis, which is child schizophrenia, in the iron triangle. Well, they're also basically saying the significant proof that autism, catatonia, and child schizophrenia can basically represent three representations of the exact same disorder of the brain. And it's true, the so-called iron triangle can be actually a natural form of disease, but it's a blended, like I said, very heterogeneous form that was somewhat under the radar simply because the clinical nature of it is seen as standalone disorders and not seen in a holistic way. Now, catatonic regressive syndrome. So, with this kind of syndrome, again, catatonic, which is negativism, or running in circles, or walking in circles, or very stereotypical patterns, or impulsive running in an unknown, or grimaces, or speech disorders such as speaking in loud or very low voice, or whispering, etc. All of that is very much in line with what Madame Bashina described in her work. Well, such as cold feet, cold hands, such as erratic reactions, running, movement, jumping, or basically walking on four instead of traditional walking, and this can last for hours. This is sporadic, and this can be just completely out of nowhere, or this can be either caused at a sort of elevated sort of mood and excitement. Right. And it's sometimes found in young kids and toddlers, such as running, screaming, and other emotional elation. Now, just how important is this situation? Well, the catatonic and catatonically regressive syndrome is an indication of a very severe form of disorder. And of course, it impacts speech in the most way. So the speech is either no longer progressing or basically goes the other way around. So understanding the phenomenology of ketonic and catatonic regressive syndrome basically helps to differentiately treat catatonia in different forms of autism spectrum. and schizophrenia with children. So, and it helps basically segregate it and differentiate it from hyperactive children and children with attention deficiency syndrome. So this can be also caused due to neurotrophical, substances. This can be, drug-induced or instrument-induced effect. And again, such a wide spectrum of autism and schizophrenia that motion stereotypes and motion disorders can be very elusive. Professor Julius Reich, which is the senior psychiatrist in the University of Kiel in Germany, in 1909 actually said that no wonder that catatonia in children leads to permanent and very deep defects. So while adults, when it comes to knowledge and memory, are not affected, but in children, the memory and knowledge and IQ is impacted in a particularly bad way. So it seems like a child has been just an infantile since birth, which is not the case. Now, Professor Dirk Dorscher basically goes to say that there's a very consistent misconception that people with autistic spectrum disorder cannot have catatonia, which is not true. So again, this is all part of schizophrenia and eventually leads to schizophrenia. Now, Lorna Vink, that actually described the triad of autism and brought together different autistic spectrum into overall autistic impact. And Anita Shah actually indicates that catatonia is specifically necessary to be recognized to provide a necessary course of treatment and care. Now, we've studied more than 60 patients from 2 to 6 ages, 11 months old, 50 boys, 10 girls, 83% to 17%, with different catatonic and catatonic regressive indications. Now, it can be child psychosis, just a typical child psychosis, as well as schizophrenia, according to MCAP-10. Now, the patients were either inpatient or outpatient treated at our facility. They were treated by Madam Klushnik as well as Mr. Semashkov. So these are very renowned doctors, and we use clinical and clinic catamnestic as well as other types of treatments. Well, speaking of comorbidity, probably one of the most popular ones is the psychopathy. At least 63% of patients had a form of psychopathy. So they were very irritable, prone to protests, erratic movements and behavior, heteroaggression, masturbation, as well as difficult with digestion, as well as erratic eating. Well, 60% of patients had some sort of hysteria. So, and these people, had a very reactive and effective mobility, very theatrical type of behavior, more manipulative type of behavior, again, with very repetitive movements. In 18% of cases, we've identified hypomaniacal as well as mixed depressive or subdepressive states of things. And in 12%, we found polymorphic clinical situation. Now, besides that, also negative indications were found. At least 2/3 had cognitive dysautogenesis, and 1/3 had cognitive deficit and cognitive defects. Besides that, they had deviations in motivations, willpower, psychotic infantilism, or severe damage to emotional and communication abilities. Now, speaking of catatonic and catatonic regressive indications, well, to structure the overall framework for the purpose of observation, 7 groups were identified. There are general ones, there are negativism, which is visual, verbal, and tactile negativism, mimics, body, head, upper body, lower body, as well as speech. The total of 7 areas. Now, speaking of general symptoms, very, very hyperdynamic, stereotypical behavior. Running in circles, walking in circles, jumping, or very impulsive behavior, muscle cramps with very high upper body, or chewing muscles, crampings, trying to climb as high as possible, or laughter without reason, or bruxism, which is scratching teeth, or hyperactivity at night, as well as trying to remove clothes and footwear. Now, speaking of negativism, speaking of visual contact, which is inability to look into the eyes, avoiding any human contact, it can be mild or very acute, where patients would never look you in the eye, or the eyesight would be vacant, also as if you don't exist, or they would never blink. Verbal contact, such as zero to low reaction to calling the name, can be active again, or delayed, very delayed reaction, where a person would be addressed and then will react at a certain time gap. And this also can be tactile, such as it can be temporary, or sometimes can be sufficient, can be very active. The so-called social distancing. It can be passive, right? Or not understanding the distance, going too close to another person or too far. Now, speaking of the mimics, well, hypomicria, or grimaces, or musculature cramps, also, excessive mobility of lips and mouth. Now, speaking of the body and head disorders, the so-called ictation, bobbing, or monoculous rotations, or again, smashing the body against the surface or head against the surface. But these are quite rare. Now, speaking of the difference between the upper and the lower body, so here mostly finger movements, waving hands, shaking hands or fingers, wringing your arms, slapping, smashing, crossing fingers, unrested fingers, and clapping fingers or hands against each other all the time in an uncontrollable way. Now, for the lower body, it's mostly walking in circles, stereotypical jumping, or fast pace, or running or walking in circles, right? Or walking on toes. Now, speech area, using speech very rarely, or the so-called possum tongue, as well as certain verbal, either high pitch, low pitch, screaming, whispering, bird type, egocentric speech, as well as just random sounds. Now, again, threat or to life. Well, these kind of people can actually drown, can get into a car accident, they can jump out of the window, they can start crossing the street in the middle of a heavy traffic. They can be very aggressive against other people. They can have difficulty sleeping or eating. They don't have the survival instinct, and they can be dangerous to other patients as well. Now, on top of everything else, of course, negativism and speech disorders combined. In case of a somatic illness, patients couldn't actually tell the doctor that they're not well and they need help. Now, what kind of approach can you take to patients with these kind of condition? In case of, again, autistic spectrum as well as schizophrenia in children. And again, as mentioned before, this can be drugs, of course, that impact and inhibit catatonic as well as catatonic regression, syndromes. Or this can be drugs that impact comorbidic affect, which is, again, hysteria, erratic movements, and other type of inhibitors. Or these can be impacts such as alimazine or chlordexidine, as well as other types of drugs that inhibit negative emotion, speech, and cognitive disorders. Or these can be corrective work, right? Corrective work such as anti-convulsion, as well as other types of drugs. There can be drugs, again, can be psychological help and or work. But valproic and carbamazepine and other types of drugs are used very often. Now, the comorbid effects are also very, very important. So, and these kind of syndromes are very, very popular. So, you can use antipsychotic drugs as well as behavior corrective drugs. Now, drugs that impact behavior, cognition, as well as willpower. Again, these are small dosages, mostly activating dosages of perfenazine, trifluoropyrazine, or aripiprazole, as well as other drugs. And I particularly would like to point out the fact that neurotropics can be very useful, but it can only be used if the main drug is not having major effect, and only in case there's no epileptic, cases with the ECG. And of course, this has to be done in the presence of a psychologist. And of course, general psychology methods and clinical psychology can also be used. Now, in terms of corrective and pedagogical and psychiatric help and work, this can be, of course, applied on a case-by-case basis. Can be speech therapists, can be musical studies, the Tomatis method. This can be specific physical exercises that can be helpful in this regards. Well, just to point out the fact that catatonic and catatonic regressive cases with schizophrenia as well as autism in children have very polymorphic nature. Now, in 2/3 of all cases, they combined with either psychotic and hysteria disorders as well as cognitive disorders. And 1/3 of cases, they're directly related to cognitive deficiency as well as cognitive defects. Among many forms of catatonic as well as catatonic regressive syndromes, in more than 50% of all cases, you see cases of negativism, you see hyperdynamic syndrome, you see, again, erratic movement, circular movement, running, walking on toes, erratic speech, or high pitch, low pitch, whispering, and other type of speech disorders. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's all I have for you. And I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you, Anton, for this presentation. So, and I would like to announce the next speaker, who is Anna Bitova. She's the chairman of the from the Center of Medical Pedagogics, and she's also a member of the Federal Council on Social Spheres. So she will talk about the normalization of children's life with psychiatric disorders. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know why I'm actually here, because, well, as a matter of fact, well, I was, of course, very excited to listen to everything that you've been talking about, but it's not necessarily my cup of tea, but I'll try to approach this from a different angle, so to say. Well, because, well, as you probably know, Ascenta was created 30 years ago. Yeah, next slide, please. And the point is that our organization was actually created in 1989, and of course we treat many children with autistic spectrum and schizophrenia. I would say that over 60% of children have some form of autism, right? Primary and secondary diagnostics also shows that it's a form of autism. I would say 95% of children have a form of autism, right? And close to 20,000 people have been treated since 1989. Well, since in 2020 alone. Now, and of course we provide legal, medical support. Of course we have psychiatrists, we have neurologists, we have doctors. We offer help to parents and family members. And we have, all other professionals available to us. But let's talk about something else. So next slide, please. The point is that there's the United Nations Convention. Well, and as a psychiatrist, as a clinical psychiatrist, I would say that, of course, treatment is important, but let's not forget the fact that autism is very difficult to treat, and it's a lifelong disease. And essentially, that's your life. Basically, you're not like everybody else. So we shouldn't just think about the treatment, and not so much about the treatment, but we should actually change the view on what the approach should be. It has to be more social, right? It has to be approached completely differently, because no matter what drug you're gonna give, it's not going to produce the right effect. Because think about it. Let's say that the person is handicapped, but it's just a notion, and this notion evolves, right, of what a handicap is. And the life of a person will depend on the way the society views that handicap. That's very important. And let's say that these very special children and adults, if the rest of the society sees them differently, then of course the potential for these people and the life opportunities for these people will also be different. So it's very important the kind of treatment that these people receive in society. So, and that's what the United Nations is talking about. And the new United Nations Convention on Handicapped People that was adopted in 2006 and ratified in Russia in May of 2012 could be very helpful. So as a scientific community, what can we do about it? Well, first of all, it's just bad that we still have orphan houses, and we have a lot of people living in orphan houses, unfortunately, orphanages. And well, unfortunately, I would say that people with autism, to live among many other people under one roof, sometimes we see 10 people in one room, or 30 people in one room using the same toilet, same bathroom. That is absolutely horrible for not just autistic person, but a normal person. And I've been talking about it for years, that it's you won't find autistic people in orphanages. They will never say that it's the person is, they will say the sensory disorder, speech disorder, whatever disorder, but they never classify children there as autism, right? They rarely claim people to be autistic in orphanages, despite the fact that it's very widely spread. Now, again, what can we do about it? And of course, we need to, first of all, think about the way we can actually introduce the United Nations principles, right? Such as the respect to the essence of the person, right? The independence, the rights, the freedom to make your own choice, the indiscriminatory access, full and effective treatment, right? Inclusivity, respecting the special nature of handicapped people, right? The fact that they're different, the equal opportunity approach. And because think about it, it's not just about having toilets for wheelchair people, etc., right? But no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that these people need support, these people need understanding, right, from the rest of the society. These people, these children, needs equal treatment, right? And these people, these children, need equal opportunities, right? The ability to change the environment so that even if I'm autistic, I have a way in life. And as an example, for example, the fact that through medical expertise, it has to be, well, like a special waiting room, special green room, right? Well, because, well, there's so many cases out there where, for example, families then spend a lot of time in a waiting room without any way to actually, go anywhere with the child, and as a result of that, children are very, very stressed. Now, and again, like the centerpiece of this United Nations Convention is about providing equal opportunities for children and adults, for regular people as well as handicapped people. And Article 9 particularly is talking about that. There has to be availability. And the participant governments have to making sure that there has to be equal access to transportation, public transport, communication, information technologies, etc., and other products and services, right? So no treatment will help us if we don't treat these people as equal, and if we don't help them in terms of sports, culture, medication, healthcare, schools, etc. So clearly, these people will always remain special, but despite that, they need a way of life. And I think that the medical community could be very, very helpful, especially psychiatrists, such as helping parents, families. Helping them transition from restricted environment to an inclusive environment. And in that case, we can clearly see that it definitely helps. And by the way, this inclusive environment can actually help tremendously this kind of child. And we appreciate it very, very much. And the ability to go to sports events, cultural events, public events, parents need to be supported and need to be persuaded, because parents sometimes are afraid of the stigma. They don't want their child to be seen in public. And it's very, very important for the child to be in public because people will then impact him in a positive way. And of course, also either an individual takes care of a child, right? Sometimes two individuals, a mother and father, or adopted fathers and mothers, or it can be the government, right? So, but it's very, very rare, despite the fact that both parents can be taken care of. And a legal entity cannot be a protector. But if something happens, then you get into an orphan house or custody, and then, of course, the dean, right, becomes the main protector, and that doesn't show us the transparency. We don't know what's happening there. Who knows what treatment they receive, right? Whether the people in the orphans or people living at home. We know families that violate the rights of their child, or even adults. We know that there's a lot of abuse. These people are, seen and treated as second-level, second-tier citizen, and their rights are generally violated much, much often, and abused on a regular basis. And that's the kind of motion that we see in Europe. For example, several different people, as well as legal entities taking care of a person so that they actually can, or can be an association, for example, as we see it in Israel, the United States, or UK. Russia, in this regard, is far behind the train, so to say. But we do hope, and our parents do hope, that the situation will definitely improve, and our children will definitely see a better care in this regard. And again, guardianship, very, very important. But the question is, what is the future? Yeah, we talked about the guardianship, but what about the future? So we're talking about treatment this, treatment that, this drug, that, but what's the future? Well, they have limited choice. They will live in the family, right? For as long as the family takes care of them. And then they probably end up in certain facilities, and many of them will eventually, unless the disorder is not eliminated, will have to spend years in psychiatric hospitals, as well as orphanages, can be isolated, segregated, which is very, very bad. We hope, of course, that there will be more inclusive, but it's very, very difficult to do it without the doctors, especially for acute syndrome. Seems like it's impossible. There has to be a joint effort so that these people receive a much more inclusive treatment, so that their life can be organized in a much more humane way, so that they're not that segregated and isolated, especially in a vulnerable transition period. And one of the ways, I believe, is inclusivity, early inclusivity. And again, the right for education, right, the right for communication, and other rights. So that's what the United Nations is talking about, that yes, families are still very careful and they're very mindful about inclusivity. Some say that no, you don't send the child to like regular school, send them to specialized school. But trust me, the more inclusive the environment is, the easier it is to the child to actually become a member of society. I believe that inclusivity is the best way for the child. Yes, I know there's certain families that opt for specialized schools, but trust me, it is possible to actually, for the child with autism, to actually be part of the inclusive environment. It is possible. Like, for example, two schools can be, next to each other, so that children meet on the same playground, so that there's a mixed classroom, so that people with that are healthy and people with disabilities and mental disorders or autism can be part of the society. Otherwise, they will remain segregated, they will remain separate, and they will never be fully recovered. It is impossible, especially if they grow up being segregated. They will grow up to be segregated, and there's no way you can do anything about that, unfortunately. So next slide, please. And the question is, okay, let's just imagine that in Russia you get a ton of apartments and houses and opportunities for these kind of people, etc. So what about labor? What about job opportunities? I know it's happening, but Mr. Putin said that needs to be done something about it. And jointly with the Ministry of Health, they're trying to create a more open and inclusive societies. But the question is, what are they going to do? See, I will see 500 people, 1,000 people living without any employment. Yeah? Without any job opportunities. Imagine, you live in an apartment and you're not doing anything. You don't do any job. People need to be pulling some load. Yeah, so the opinion of psychiatric community is very important here. These people require help and require job opportunities. The question is, can you enter the open market? Yes or no? Can you stay safe and can you be competitive? So the point is that if the government is planning to create a more inclusive labor market, if there could be some mentorship in the working environment, then maybe we can be more safe about offering these people to employers. And again, I understand it depends on nosology, but of course it would be great that people with limited abilities would have more job opportunities and would be more active on the labor market. Next slide, please. What is the normal life? They say normal life. There has to be one more person that you're attached to, right? And respect for yourself, the ability to work, study, have social connections, right? The ability to choose. And we're currently amending the law on psychiatrical help. There's almost like a battleship there. For example, can a person own a smartphone? Yes. Can autistic person, you know that you go to these facilities, there are no smartphones. They take away a smartphone. Yeah. They don't give autistic people smartphones, like there's almost a punishment. But the smartphone is not just a means of communication. It's your life, right? You know, without the smartphone, you can't do anything, right? Take away your iPhone. You're done, right? But in these facilities, they punish autistic people by taking away their phone. Think about it. Your address book is there, right? Your communication is there. Your apps are there. Everything is your window to the world. And when they take away these things from people, it's just inhuman. It's an inhuman treatment. And we need to remember that the patients particularly require their smartphones because maybe that's the only thing that they have left. And especially when people end up in psychiatrical hospital, they particularly need these things. But doctors, they take away this stuff. They say, oh, it's okay for them. You know, maybe we can help them by taking away the smartphones. No. The world has changed tremendously. We need to change our approach with the way we provide psychiatrical help. And do not punish this kind of people by taking away their smartphones and their communication devices, because the access to information, mass media, internet, YouTube, social networks is of particular importance. We talk to these people, and what do they know about themselves and their rights? The majority of them, don't even know that diagnosis, and that's very bad. That means that they will never be socialized, because you need to know your enemy. You need to know what kind of nosology you have, like a Down syndrome or whatever it is, yeah? But you need to know your nosology, and people have the right to know their nosology. And I believe that as doctors, and we can explain to the parents that this is an important part of your entity, of your essence, understanding your strengths and weaknesses. If you don't know your diagnosis, you will never behave the way you will truly behave. And you will never truly work on your weaknesses, and you will never truly socialize. Even if you don't understand the value of money, it's important for autistic people to have some money, even if it's small money, because ownership actually pushes the person to want more, to grow, to improve. But if you take away communication, if you take away money, if you take away other assets, then you leave people with nothing. And finally, one of the last things is to, but the fact that there's so many children out there, they don't use speech disorders, and they use gestures, right? Because with autistic people, it's a very typical disorder, speech disorders, and there's no one unified language. How do we talk to these people? You go to one facility and they use one set of gestures. You go to another facility, use a different type of gestures, different cars, different pictures, etc. So when children move to school, from school to school, from facility to facility, they're completely confused, because the kind of gestures and the kind of communication language that they use is completely disorganized. So as a country, there has to be a national standard for this kind of verbal communication for people with severe speech disorders. If we don't have a national approach, singular approach, that means that basically we leave these people stranded in this world, and they will never be socialized. And of course, we do hope, and everything that I'm talking about, you might say that I'm a dreamer, that I'm not being realistic, but we know that Europe basically saying that in 50 years they're trying to do away with foster homes, so that these people will never be placed in this kind of facilities. And hopefully, of course, there won't be any foster homes whatsoever. And of course, it's a slow process. But if all of us, each and every one of us, would actually look at the child from the viewpoint of the future, right, and from the viewpoint of just trying to walk the walk, right, walking in their feet, with these kind of limitations, maybe if you could see the world through their eyes, then you become more humane, and that's what I'm calling upon. And if you're excited about it, if you want to know more, you can go to osvobodiestvo.ru, the center that I represent, and we have navigation for parents, for families, for professionals, so you can learn more about the way kindergarten should work, school work. So it's something that the guidelines that you can take to other people. So, and this could be very helpful. And we publish a lot of literature about such nosologists, and hopefully this will be very helpful. Anna, thank you so much for your presentations. Turns out that's really full of questions and full of calls and very inspirational. Thank you. Thank you so much. So there's one more presentation by Raymond Chan, professor of Laboratory of Neuropsychology, and this is a recorded one. He's a professor from the Laboratory of Neuropsychology and Applied Cognitive Neurology, CAS Institute, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing. So, and let's hear from Raymond Chan, last but not least, and let's see what they have to say.
Так, что-то не получается. Оль, а что-то доклад не идет, да. Идет, а я не вижу.
Some disorders are two typical examples of this kind of diagnosis. In the past, these two clinical groups has been considered to be distinct groups. However, the recent empiric findings suggest that there are actually a lot of similarity overlap between these two clinical groups in terms of genetic stuff and environmental risk factors. They are also shared auto brain structure and functional difficulties and impairments in social cognition and social interactions. More importantly, there's also co-occurrence rate above the diagnostic and trait levels. So that's very important for the implications for us to have a precision psychiatry in terms of diagnosis, treatment, and development of etiological models based on the psychopathology of these two disorders. For genetic information, to show you some advanced data from genetic population studies. For example, like the FAT1, the 16p11.2 locus together with DUF 1220 copy number is all associated with both autism and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. This information, it includes the exact location for the chromosome, the type of function being lost or gained, candidate genes, the specific pathway, together with the corresponding functions. And these all are shared by both the autism and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. At the brain structural functional level, we have done meta-analysis to look at specifically for the gray matter volumes between autism spectrum disorder and schizophrenia spectrum disorders. We found that the two groups share abnormalities in terms of the reduced brain volumes in the posterior cingulate area, the right parahippocampal campus together with thalamus. They also share unique abnormalities in terms of the putamen specifically for autism, while patients with schizophrenia showed a wide range of reduced brain volumes.
Я же не могу послушать звук. Он тут говорит, мы же его слышим. Подожди. Давай, не путайся.
Да, я знаю, чиню. Уже чиню.
Мы же его слышим. Откуда? Ну, сейчас. Значит.
And that's the imaging data. And when we're concerned about
Уважаемые коллеги,